By using an attractive thumbnail, you can encourage people to click on your stream and then look at things. Hello, welcome. It is I. I? Yes, it is I. I am here. As are you. If you're watching this right now, which is great. If you're not watching this right now, but you're watching it later, then hello, welcome. It seems a bit, what's the word? Get on with it, I believe one could say. I will get on with it, but I am going to procrastinate for a bit. Ha 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 ha. I need to actually click on the thing. Right, so here we are. I'm in this new system called Aya, and I'll probably change that name later when I can think of when something strikes me with inspiration. So first of all, I'm going to lower all the veins in this planet, like so. There we go. Yeah, that's very good. But then I believe, yes, we've got. See, those bits there need foundation to fill in. I'm actually going to do that this time, but in two ways. So first of all, if I go Dyson Sphere and then go, is this the one? No, it's not. That's not the one. And that's also the wrong name for it as well. It's a rocket factory, but it doesn't matter. Launch site. It's a big one. So if I click here, wow, that's really fast. Normally that took like about 10 minutes before. But let's just double check. Yeah, we got all of the yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the top level of the bulldozer mode, which says add guidelines and blah, and it basically paves the tile wells over. So what I'm going to do, see this for example. Oh, well, you can't see it now. But I'm going to flatten this, so now the entire world is smoothed out, you see? What were previously depressions or mountains, it's all smooth as a billiard ball. Now that's done, you know, funny enough, I'm not sure who said it, but they said the variation between the Mariana Trench and Mount Everest and all the other ridges and bumps in the world, if it was shrunk down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than anything we could manufacture, with less deformation. And I find that interesting. Yeah, but no, we could manufacture much smoother billiard balls because there's that sphere of perfect sphericalness, which is used as a reference object. That was it. It's a kilogram sphere of platinum in Europe, probably in France. They're very keen on weights and measures over in France. And they couldn't get a machine to do it. So what they had to do instead was use... they had to use... it's got a name, and it will come to me any second now. The name is a man. And the man did it by hand, because somehow he can feel with more precision any other machine. In fact, whilst this, I'm just going to do the initial foundation, and what I'm going to do there is also just, you see each of those power poles, I'm going to, no, I can't build on that one, so just go to the next one then. Can I build it? No, because it's too close to the solar cell inputter. I'm calling it that because I feel that YouTube has, I mean, I often say fucking bugger. Actually, it's a point. I'm not monetized, I know. I can say it. It's the solar cell gun. It's a gun. It's a gun. It's a big rail gun that launches solar cells into orbit. It is a linear accelerator. But anyway, I was talking about the guy of Perfect Sphere. Ah, that was it. And I said I'm going to read the article about it because I want to know more about, like, yeah, I just, I feel up, I feel up the sphere, and it's great, I feel it up, and it's. I basically, I just need like the Eurotrash man sort of talking in it and saying, yeah, what I do, you see, is I get the sphere and I give it a good feel up, right, and it's brilliant. Oh yeah, I feel it all up, I do, with my hands, and I love it. And they pay me loads of money, and I tell them, yeah, it's pretty spherical. I don't know. Is that what they actually do? I don't know. What I do know is I need a few items which aren't actually available. So first of all, we're going to go have the artificial star power station, like so, and I only need 115, which is not as many as I thought, and there's 115 already. Then I'll want some atomic, no, not atomic, antimatter fuel. So here we go, here's a bunch of artificial stars. Oh, and here's some I had already. Now, in addition to that, you see, when these finish building, I'm going to have them do something. So we'll do that, and then we're going to request in foundation. So there we go, there's 10,000 units of foundation. Likewise, we're going to do the same over here. Requesting some more foundation. Because I'm going to pave over this entire planet. Yes. How nefarious. Yes, quite. I'll just put in a bit extra antimatter there, like so. And, yeah, the rest of this world's got to be built. Do I have belts? I will need them. Yep, need belts. Oh, look, we actually do have a big supply of belts coming on through. Excellent. See, I will read that article because I think it's interesting. But first of all, I need to actually have, like, this world being built. And we've already... I'm not sure if I streamed it, but I do have a planet set up producing solar sails and rockets. This isn't too far. It'd be great if there was a way you could automate moving around, so that you could just say, yeah, this entire planet, just fly my avatar around whilst I'm doing all this stuff. Because as it is at the moment, I'm having to spend a lot of time babysitting it. Yeah, I think that's the right word. But I'm babysitting it. Right, so let's pick a colour for this. And let's go for... let's go with cyan. Cyan's a nice colour. So I'll do that. And it'll automatically apply... There we go. There's a band of 20,000 pieces of foundation going right around the circumference of the planet. And as we get more foundation come in, we'll be able to do more of that. And there's... well, 6,000 items. So let's see if I can find this article about it. Right, so man makes perfect sphere by hand, 1 kilo reference weight. Let's see if I can find it. Sphere made to redefine kilogram as purest silicon. I thought it was made out of platinum. Purest silicon ever created. The perfect sphere that will be used to redefine the kilogram in terms of Planck constant in 2018 has been shown to consist of the purest silicon ever made. Right, okay. So we've established that. Now on to the next bit. Oh, I also need sorters. I don't actually have a factory that makes sorters, do I? Well, let's request it and see what happens. I do. Yeah, that's actually a big chunk of them. All right, pretty cool, pretty cool. The kilogram is the only unit still based on a physical object. The big K is a platinum iridium cylinder stored in an underground vault in France. However, over time this artifact can gain or lose atoms, which is why the International Committee for Weights and Measures decided to redefine the unit using the Planck constant. Fundamental physical constant relates to mass through iron. Well, it's attributed to Einstein, but there is some contention that he plagiarised E equals mc square, along with everything else he plagiarised whilst he was working in the Swiss Patents Office, and go, oh, that's interesting. I'll just go and copy that and pretend it was my own work. One way to calculate Planck's constant involves, Einstein, he married his first cousin, divorced her, then married his other first cousin. I mean, I don't know about... I know he was I'm air quoting you, you can't see it. I know he was a theoretical physicist, but... mate... can you explain to me the theory of cosanguineous relationships? I was like, well, you got to keep Tay-Sachs up somehow, I guess. Anyway, one way to calculate Planck's constant involves determining Avogadro's constant, the number of particles in a given amount of substance. To do this, scientists will calculate the atoms in a silicon sphere, but this only works if the crystal is free of impurities. Researchers at the National Institute for Meteorology Research in Italy and the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation checked a sample of sphere for 65 elemental impurities using neutron activation analysis. This bombards the sample with neutrons, which cause the atoms to form radioactive isotopes. As each element has a particular decay path, neuron activation analysis can determine the nature and amount of each element within the sample. The largest impurity the team found was copper, approximately 70 nanograms per gram of sample. This adds up to about 1 copper atom for every 3 billion silicon atoms. Other elements found in even tinier amounts, picograms to femtograms per gram of silicon, including chromium, cobalt, gallium, arsenic, bromine, lanthanum, tungsten and gold. I don't even know. I've heard of lanthanum, but it's not really something that's used in everyday alloys, is it? The researchers found no traces of any other elements down to their detection limits. With all the impurities accounted for, 1 kilo of material would weigh 0.7 micrograms less. It takes me a while to figure out what Greek letters are. Than it should if every atom was silicon. This makes the sphere, which is highly enriched in the element's most abundant isotope of silicon-28, even purer than the previously made orb used for the latest determination of Avogadro constant. So that goes on to say that the sphere is pure silicon, but how is the 2018 reference kilogram sphere made? Question mark. Through measurement, scientists chose the Planck constant as base of reader. Yeah, we've been on this bit. Old hat, yesterday's news. Now on to the next part. Other constants of nature can also be used if for no other reason than to provide a check that the Planck constant definition is correct. For decades, an international collaboration has been working on the complementary strategy for defining the kilogram. That involves counting the number of atoms. Yeah, we said it. Alternative recipe for the kilogram. A typical material is composed of a huge number of atoms, molecules, Avogadro constant, symbolized as N and then subscript A, makes it easier to express the huge amounts of atoms and molecules in the material. In the current SI, what standard scientific index, I've only used SI units when I was doing chemistry, and that was like, instead of writing things as micrograms or nanograms of material, you write in Well, it was also used in astronomy as well. You do a number, and then you do it to the square power of 10 to the minus 6 or something for something very small, 10 to the 6 for something very large. Oh yes, I'll have more foundation, please, because I want to pave this entire planet. I want to turn this planet into Milton Keynes. Milton Keynes. Milton Keynes. Sorry, that's just a reference to something that is a bit, I don't know, a bit where. A bit where. Oh. You want Mark IIs? Yeah, none of these sorters are actually the right one because it's using the other sorters. Oh, well, no, these are using it, so that's something for the books, I guess. Yeah, more about the Avogadro. World's roundest. Create a count number of atoms in a 94mm diameter sphere requires extraordinary materials. To minimise uncertainties, the Avogadro project scientists rely on measurements taken of what they may be the roundest objects in the world. Silicon spheres whose surfaces are so smooth that if they're blown up to the size of Earth, the distance between the tallest mountain and the deepest ocean would be just 3 to 5 meters. Oh man. Imagine something the size of our world, which would be like that size. Yeah, so the Kibble balance and Avogadro project measurements are not so much competing as complementing each other to define the kilogram. Measurements from both experiments are used to determine the final value of H to be for the redefined SI. Final value is, and they're using a SI number of 6.62 times 10 to the minus 34 kilograms meter square. So the thing is, I'm not really interested in that. I just want to know about the man who made it and how he did it by hand. And oh well. Look, it is real, but it seems weird though. It's just like, oh yeah, this man just by hand he does it, and that's why it would have been fun to read about, because it'd been like, hey look, here's the man that made it, and he can do something. What if I type in, how was the reference kilogram machined? I say machined. And again, it's the same website, the NIST, which is a US website. New kilogram. So I don't want international prototype of the kilogram, referred to by meteorologists as the IPK or Le Grand K, sometimes the kilogram. No explanation. Oh, there is citations as to why. Particularly by German language authors writing in English. Well, that explains it then. It's an object mass used to find the kilogram from 1889, where it replaced the kilogramme des archives until 2019. I was replaced by a new definition of the kilogram based entirely on physical constants. During that time, the IPK and its duplicate were used to calibrate all other kilogram mass standards on Earth. The IPK is roughly a golf ball sized, well, it's not roughly golf ball sized, it's a 94mm sized, which is 90% platinum and 10%. Oh, hang on. The IPK is a roughly golf ball sized object made of platinum iridium alloy, known as PT10LR, which is 90% platinum, 10% iridium by mass, and is machined into a right circular cylinder with a height equal to. What is right circular? Addition of 10% iridium improved the all platinum kilogram des archives by greatly increasing hardness while still retaining platinum's many virtues. Extreme resistance to oxidation, blah blah blah. Platinum's useful for certain things. By 2018, you know the weird thing? When they were shipping silver in from the New World, it was contaminated, I think, up to 10% by weight. the silver was contaminated with platinum. And at the time, the significance of platinum and its value wasn't established. So it was just seen as a waste product, like, oh yeah, this silver from the New World, it's got this material in it. And then eventually the material is called platinum, because it's like, well, if I know Latin correctly, platine, no, that's something different, sorry. I think silver in Latin is plata, or something like that. And it's... So in other words, it's like... It's basically... What if we made like a chemical sounding name for silver? Oh, what, you mean platinum? Yeah. And it was literally just... It's like, oh yeah, it's a waste product of mining silver. Am I right in that? Let's have a look at platinum. Platinum is a chemical element. It is a simple Pt in atomic number 78. It's dense, malleable, ductile, highly reactive, precious, silverish white transition metal. Its name originates from Spanish platina, a diminutive of plata, which is silver. Oh. Well, silver's a Romance language, therefore it's Latin. Platinum is a member of the platinum group of elements and group 10 of periodic... Oh, the platinum group of elements. The platinum group metals, the PGMs, also known as the platinoids, platicides, platinum group, platinum metal. Yeah, okay, Mr. Thesaurus. Are 6 noble, precious metallic elements clustered together in a periodic table. These elements are all transistor metals in D blocks, groups 8, 9, and 10, periods 5 and 6. Oh, I see. So I think the top one there is noble metals. Well, Cu is copper, right? Then rhenium, rhenium, palladium, Ag is silver, argentum, where the French get the term argent from. Rhenium, osmium, iridium, platinum, aurium, that's gold, and Hg. It's Hg, I think Hg is mercury. Oh. It actually says here that the 6 platinum group metals are ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum. They've similar... Yeah, okay. The 3 elements above the platinum group are in the periodic table, iron, nickel, and cobalt, all ferromagnetic. These, together with lanthanide element gallium, are the only known transition metals that display ferromagnetism near room temperature. Okay, that's interesting. Naturally occurring platinum and platinum-rich alloys were known by pre-Columbian Americans for many years. However, even though the metals used by pre-Columbian peoples, the first European reference to platinum appears in 1557 in the writings of Italian humanist Julius Caesar Scaliger, as a description of a mysterious metal found in Central American mines between Dalian, Panama, and Mexico, up until now impossible to melt by any of the Spanish arts. The name platinum is derived from the Spanish word platina, little silver, name given to the metal by Spanish settlers in Colombia. They regarded platinum as an unwanted impurity in the silver they were mining. By 1815, rhodium and palladium had been discovered by William Hyde Wollaston, and iridium and osmium by his close friend and collaborator Smithson Tennant. Jewellery and auto catalysts. Rhodium, to a small extent, is also used in catalysts. I mean, it's...
A landing relay station detected.
Yep. I've got to deal with that hive. Oh, that's a good point, actually. So there is an active hive in this world. So, what this all of this is because I wanted to find about the reference sphere, and I couldn't find the article about. Here's the man that made the reference sphere. It's the smoothest object in the world. Nothing's as smooth as this. And I thought that was an interesting article. And it'd be like, yeah, smoothest object in the world, made by hand. mean, how is that even possible? I don't actually know. But yet it is, or at least we're told to believe it is. You know, the thing is, once this world's done, I'm gonna, should I recycle it? Yeah, I think I will recycle it. Because the alternative would be just to demolish it all. Which you can do with the bulldozer mod. Well, I could demolish it all, and then that would make picking up easier. Yeah, I'll probably do that actually.
Flight mode.
Still a little bit left to do. What's the key for drop? Is it delete? I'll just remove it. Solar cells are cheap. I'm not worried about wasting them.
Flight mode.
So anyway, let's do... oh, just before I do a little bit of combat, let's just make sure I got all of those. And I need 10,000 sections of conveyor belt, so yeah. Now let's have a look. Well, that's already a significant section of it, which wasn't there before. Well, let's go ahead and put in all of these satellite relays as well. And the satellite relays, they actually use a fair bit of power to, well, I suppose they are like a space needle? Space elevator? I think that's the term for them. And I picked this Gobi Desert because all the materials in it, there's no rare ones. And they're not particularly desirable for our purposes. So that's... You know what? That's enough of that.
Cruise mode.
Let's go over there and tell them that they're evicted.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated.
Is that it? Oh, okay.
Dark fog hive core destroyed.
Did I... Have I previously destroyed it? Well, that's it, apparently. Ah, no it is not. Because we have a few guests on this planet.
Activated. Warp engine deactivated. Cruise ended. Flight mode.
I saw them. Here's one.
Dark fog base core destroyed.
Right. Choose the big guns. Right, that's you dealt with.
Flight mode.
And there's another one.
Dark fog base core destroyed.
Not going to even bother attacking the ground forces because That's what my floating minions do. Right. Let's have a look at the other planets as well. Is there anything? Oh, there's quite a few there, isn't there? So that's why the hive was able to come back, because it's able to rebuild its materials from the planets. And I'm still in the gravity well of that gas giant, so I can't warp just yet.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated. Cruise ended.
Oh, that's actually knocking on my shields quite severely.
Darkfog base core destroyed.
So that's that one dealt with. On to the next. Oh, look, I can do that. And yet they're hitting me.
Flight mode.
Don't know what all that dot dot noises are about, but there you have it. I have no space warpers.
Darkfog base core destroyed.
Right, and then choose missiles and bullets are better for the ground targets.
Dark fog clusters launching an assault.
I seem to have angered the natives.
Darkfog base core destroyed.
Right, go to this one. I wonder what it fires two in rapid succession. Either way, nice that I can do that.
Flight mode. Mega shield penetrated.
Oh, nasty. I can reassemble though.
A landing relay station detected.
I'll just wait for the shields to replenish. There they are. They're replenishing. And I've still got ground forces. Good. And now we're attacking their static defences.
Dark fog base core destroyed.
So that's those ones done. On to the next target.
Flight mode. Cruise mode. Cruise ended.
Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew.
Dark fog base core destroyed.
There. So now it's destroyed, but oh, and that number's gone down. Good. Okay, very good. Right. So now just set this up for a mining colony. That's what Lava World's good for. I mean, you can do industry on them. I have done smelting on them before. But we've got plenty of smelting elsewhere, so that's just not necessary. And we will request in Space Warpers, because I lack those. So request a few of those, like so. And then, oh yeah, so the big things we got is iron and copper. That's what there's abundance with in Lava Worlds. Titanium, a smaller amount, but it's still very big. And stone. And then we got coal and silicon in smaller quantities as well. So we'll have another it's got a name. The name escapes me. Interstellar Logistics Station, that's what they're called. So we'll have another one of those, and again we'll have coal and silicon. Those are the, I say trace amounts, but they're still vast. And then we'll have the three big ones: titanium, iron, and copper. We'll set up local demand. You can use your warpers after 1 AU distance. And yep, that's all good. That's fine. Right, now to power this all up, because the power we got at the moment is inadequate. See, it wants 465 megawatts, and we've only given it so far. We're only giving it a little bit. So rather than these, which, you know, that's producing what, 6.10, and its geothermal's 120%. If we go to where these destroyed cores are, because that's like a deep core geothermal vent, and that's providing geothermal, well, the number's still going up, 390. So that would be a good and efficient one. Yeah, 18.7 megawatts. And if I put one in this little puddle here, like so, do that. Geothermal 10, 12%? 900, not even, it's 900, what, 563 kilowatts? That's hardly anything, is it? But if I put one here, for example, and that's geothermal 115%. Yep, it's better than nothing. And there we go, producing 180 megawatts and consuming 114. Probably we have sufficient now. Let's just go to the last few. Ah, you're over here, okay. And there's one more. Oh, another one's just passed. Got a few sirens today. Mind you, this fire engine's not far from where I am. So is that it? I think we're good here. Oh, it actually gives you a preview of how much geothermal power I get before. Well, that's nice to know. Anyway, now that's done, let's put some miners up. Oh, I got these miners. Oh well. Put 3 in for the big 3, and then 2 for the little ones. And it says it needs foundation to go there. Well, there's titanium. Oh yeah, 1 for stone, and then 1 for coal, like so. There we are. Now I've just got to find a way to put in all of these.
Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulting.
What a ball ache. But hey, that's the mining facility done, so let's go ahead and deal with that, shall we? I mean, it's only 9 light years away, that's hardly anything. Fuck, can't do it. That's why I was building this mining planet. so that I had somewhere to
Cruise ended.
get some space warpers.
Flight mode. Cruise mode. Building destroyed.
Oh, how dare you!
Warp engine activated. Building destroyed.
No, I want you to go faster.
Building destroyed.
Stop that.
Building destroyed. Building destroyed. Warp engine deactivated. Building destroyed. Extraterrestrial dark fog is assaulted.
Re.
Building destroyed. Flight mode.
Destroy my buildings, will you? I'll destroy you then.
Cruise mode. Building destroyed. Cruise ended. Building destroyed. Flight mode. Building destroyed.
Wait, you're attacking... Oh, you're doing 2 attacks! You absolute shit wank! Oh, you bastard!
Building destroyed.
Fuck you, asshole.
Flight mode. Building destroyed. Cruise mode.
Stop!
Building destroyed.
I will kill you.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated. Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Think you can come to my planet and destroy my things? Fuck you, buddy.
Flight mode. Darkbot base core destroyed.
Eat shit and die. Right, that was unpleasant. God, what a ball ache. I play with them because the fact is, they have cool shit which I want. So let's have a couple of, they have a name, power station, geothermals, that's it. And then some more of the thermals. Then I can start to rebuild what was destroyed.
Flight mode.
Like, just like that. And then this one here, rebuild that. And then if I go here, there we go. Got some power.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Now let's go to this bastard hive and deal with it. I'm coming to kill you. And it looks like I've already attacked them before.
Dark fog hive core destroyed.
They're like weeds. You got to deal with them over and over again.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated.
Well, this part looks okay now. Ah, there's a place where a core's been destroyed, so let's go to that.
Cruise ended.
And let's connect it up to the rest of the facility. So we seem to have a lot of stuff on this planet. Ah, yeah, and there was a layer of Casimir crystals that weren't doing anything because their outputs were, well, they were not outputting. So where is Casimir crystals? That's red science. Let's see. Titanium crystals. Casimir crystals, they're over there.
Flight mode. Cruise mode. Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Ah, that one's fine. It's these ones here. So if I just copy, for example, that part, and then superimpose it over this part, yeah. But we lack the materials. So it's time to do it again. Yeah, like that. Pop you on there, and then we're going to request in just that should be sufficient, and then there, now they're contributing as well. And I think that'll do us. So let's go back to the launch planet. We're going to build ourselves a Dyson Sphere.
Warp engine activated.
And you're immediately going there. In fact, I'm going to name this system Sphere. Oh, yeah. It costs. In order to engage the warp drive, you have to press caps lock. Let's have a look. Yeah, got some more of those. Just delete some extraneous items I don't need. No, you need those but get rid of those. Oh yeah, all of these, just delete that. Don't need miniature particle colliders. Is that it? Looks pretty good. Get rid of these. That. This. That. And this. Like so. Yeah, it's a bit better. Foundation. I think any sort of reserves I had of foundation, they're all being used up. So.
Relay station detected.
Yeah, that's fucking annoying. Cool. Oh, I think I'm going to have a bit of Conan, actually. Yeah, why not? Let's have some Conan. Keeping busy with King Cobra JFS? Oh, I know what that's going to be like. Like, oh, my YouTube, Charles. And that's the thing of it, tubes. There, I've just done it. Oh. Conan the Destroyer. Audiobook. Who was that guy? That's it, David Rich. That's the one. Conan the Unconquered, Conan the Destroyer, Conan the Defender. Let's go with that.
Conan the Defender. Sunlight streaming through marble-arched windows illumined the tapestry-hung room. The servants, tongueless so that they could not speak of whom they saw in their master's house, had withdrawn, leaving 5 people to sip their wine in silence. Kentaro Albanus, the host, studied his guests, toying idly with the heavy gold chain that hung across his scarlet tunic. The lone woman pretended to study the intricate weaving of the tapestries. The men concentrated on their wine cups. Mid-morning, Albanus reflected, was exactly the time for such meetings. though it rubbed raw the nerves of his fellows. Traditionally, such were held in the dark of night by desperate men huddled in secret chambers sealed to exclude so much as a moonbeam. Yet who would believe, who could even suspect, that a gathering of Nemedia's finest in the bright light of day, in the very heart of the capital, could be intent on treason? His lean-cheeked face darkened at the thought, and his black eyes became obsidian. With his hawk nose and the slashes of silver at the temples of his dark hair, he looked as if he should have been a general. He had indeed been a soldier once, for a brief year. When he was but 17, his father had obtained him a commission in the Golden Leopards, the bodyguard regiment of Nemedian kings, since time beyond memory. At his father's death, he had resigned. Not for him, working his way up the ladder of rank, no matter how swiftly aided by high birth. Not for one who by blood and temperament should be king. For him, nothing could be treason. "Lord Albinus," Barca Vegentius said suddenly, "we have heard much of the special aid you bring to our association. We have heard much, but thus far we have seen nothing." Large and square of face and body, the current commander of the Golden Leopards pronounced his words carefully. He thought to hide his origins by hiding the accents of the slums of Belvorus, and was unaware that everyone knew his deception. "Such careful words to express your doubts, Vegentius," Demetrio Amarenus said. The slender youth touched a perfumed pomander to his nose, but it could not hide the sneer that twisted his almost womanly mouth. "But then you always use careful words, don't you? We all know you are here only to—" "Enough!" Albinus snapped. Both Demetrio and Vegentius, whose face had been growing more purple by the second, subsided like well-trained animals at the crack of the trainer's whip. These squabbles were constant, and he tolerated them no more than he was forced to. Today, he would not tolerate them at all. "All of you," Albinus went on, "want something. You, Vegentius, want the generalship you feel King Garion has denied you. You, Demetrio, want the return of the estates Garion's father took from your grandfather. And you, Sophana, you want revenge against Garion because he told you he liked his women younger." "As pleasantly stated as is your custom, Albinus," the lone woman said bitterly. Lady Sophana Galleranus's heart-shaped face was set with violet eyes and framed by a raven mane that hung below her shoulders. Her red silk robe was cut to show both the inner and outer slopes of her generous breasts, and slashed to expose her legs to the hip when she walked. "And what do I want?" the fourth man in the room asked, and everyone started as if they had forgotten he was there. It was quite easy to forget Constanto Melius, for the middle-aged noble was vagueness personified. Thinning hair and the pouches beneath his constantly blinking eyes were his most prominent features, and his intelligence and abilities matched the rest of him. "You want your advice listened to," Albinus replied, "and so it shall be when I am on the throne." It would be listened to for as long as it took to order the man banished, the hawk-faced lord thought. Garion had made the mistake of rebuffing the fool, then leaving him free in the capital to foment trouble. Albinus would not make the same mistake. "We seem to have passed by what Vegentius said," Sophana said abruptly. "But I, too, would like to see what help we can count on from you, Albinus. Demetrio and Vegentius provide information. Melius and I provide gold to buy disorders in the street, and to pay brigands to burn good grain. You keep your plans to yourself, and tell us about the magics that will make Garion give the throne to you, if we do these other things as well. I, too, want to see these magics." The others seemed somewhat abashed that she had brought the promised sorcery out into the open, but Albinus merely smiled. Rising, he tugged a brocade bell-pull on the wall before moving to a table at the end of the room, a table where a cloth covered certain objects. Cloth and objects alike Albinus had placed there with his own hands. "Come," he told the others. Suddenly reluctant, they moved to join him slowly. With a flourish, he whisked the cloth aside, enjoying their starts. He knew that the things on that table, a statuette in sapphire, a sword with serpentine blade and quillons of ancient pattern, a few crystals and engraved gems, were, with one exception, practically useless. At least he had found little use prescribed for them in the tomes he had so painfully deciphered. Items of power he kept elsewhere. 10 years earlier, slaves on one of his estates north of Numalia had dug into a subterranean chamber. Luckily, he had been there at the time.
The dark fog presence in this place isn't completely purged.
The luckless slaves were buried in that chamber once he had emptied.
Man, you're 3 light years away, and that's really bright.
Ancient that cache was, dating back to Acheron, that dark empire ruled by the vilest thaumaturgies, and now 3 millennia and more gone in the dust. For all those years he had studied, eschewing a tutor for fear any sorcerer of ability would seize the hoard for his own. It had been a wise decision, for had he been known to be studying magics, he would surely have been caught up in Garion's purge of sorcerers from the capital. Garion. Thinking dark thoughts, Albinus lifted a small red crystal sphere from the table. I mistrust these things, Savannah said, shuddering. Better we should rely on ways more natural. A subtle poison would provoke a civil war for the succession, Albinus cut her off. I don't want to tell you again that I have no intention of having to wrest the dragon throne from a half-score of claimants. The throne will be given to me, as I have said. That, Vegentius grumbled, I will believe when I see it. Albinus motioned the others to silence as a serving girl entered. Blonde and pale of skin, she was no more than 16 years of age. Her simple white tunic, embroidered about the hem with Albinus's housemark, was slashed to show most of her small breasts and long legs. She knelt immediately on the marble floor, head bent. Her name is Omphila, the hawk-faced lord said. The girl shifted at the mention of her name, but knew enough not to lift her head. She was but newly enslaved, sold for the debts of her father's shop. But some lessons were quickly learned. Albinus held the red crystal at arm's length in his left hand, making an arcane gesture with his right as he intoned, Na'o Na'athan Vasti no Entei. A flickering spike of flame was suddenly suspended above the crystal, as long as a man's forearm and more solid than a flame should be. Within the pulsing red and yellow, 2 dark spots, uncomfortably like eyes, moved as if examining the room and its occupants. All moved back unconsciously, except for Omphila, who cowered where she knelt, and Albinus. A fire elemental, Albinus said conversationally. Without changing his tone, he added, Kill Omphila. The blonde's mouth widened to scream, but before a sound emerged, the elemental darted forward, swelling to envelop her. Jerkily, she rose to her feet, twitching in the midst of an egg of flame that slowly opaqued to hide her. The fire hissed, and in the depths of the hiss was a thin shriek, as of a woman screaming in the distance. With the pop of a bursting bubble, the flame disappeared, leaving behind a faint, sickly sweet smell. Messy, Albinus mused.
I've run out of.
Oily black smudge on the marble floor where
yes, I've run out of.
The other's stares were stunned, as if he had transformed into the fabled dragon Zutharkan. Surprisingly, it was Melius who first regained his tongue. These devices, Albinus, should we not have some of them as well as you? His pouchy eyes blinked uncomfortably at the other's failure to speak. As a token that we are all equals, he finished weakly. Albinus smiled. Soon enough, he would be able to show them how equal they were.
So I'll have some attack drums, like so.
I've thought of that myself.
And we'll go some more ammo.
Choose, and I will tell you what powers your choice possesses. He slipped the red crystal into a pouch at his belt as he spoke. Malleus hesitated, reached out, and stopped with his hand just touching the sword. What powers does this have? It turns whoever wields it into a master swordsman. Having found that such was the extent of the blade's power, Albinus had researched no further. He had no interest in becoming a warrior hero. He would be king with such to do his bidding. Take the blade, Malleus. Or if you fear it, perhaps Vegentius. Albinus raised a questioning eyebrow at the square-faced soldier.
Actually works quite well.
To make me a bladesman, Vegentius sneered. But he made no move to choose something else either. Demetrio, Albinus said. Sophana? I'm as like sorcery, the slender young man replied, openly flinching away from the display on the table. Sophana was made of sterner stuff, but she shook her head just as quickly. If these sorceries can pull Garion from the dragon throne, 'tis well enough for me. And they cannot. She met Albinus's gaze for a moment, then turned away. I'll take the sword, Malleus said suddenly. He hefted the weapon, testing the balance, and laughed. I have no such scruples as Vegentius about how I become a swordsman. Albinus smiled blandly, but slowly his face hardened.
Shield penetrated.
Now hear me, he intoned, fixing each of them in turn with an obsidian eye. I have shown but a small sampling of the powers that will gain me the throne of Numidia, and grant your own desire.
Come on, shield.
Know that I will brook no deviation, no meddling that might interfere with my designs. Nothing will stand between me and the dragon crown. Nothing. Now go. They backed from his presence as if he already sat on the dragon throne. 1. The tall, muscular youth strode the streets of Belverus, monument-filled and marble-columned capital of Numidia, with a wary eye and a hand close to the well-worn leather-wrapped hilt of his broadsword. His deep blue eyes and fur-trimmed cloak spoke of the North Country.
So that's
Belverus had seen
the
many
threat
modern
dealt with
barbarians
in
better
this sector.
times, dazzled by the great city and easily separated from their silver or their pittance of gold. Though often, not understanding the ways of civilization, they had to be hauled away by the black-cloaked city guard, complaining that they had been duped. This man, however, though only 22, walked with the confidence of one who had trod the paving stones of cities as great or greater, of Arenjan and Shadazar, called the Wicked, of Sultanapur and Agrapur, even the fabled cities of far-off Kitai. He walked the high streets in the market district, not half a mile from the royal palace of Garion, king of Numidia. Yet he thought he might as well be in Hellgate, the city's thieves' district. The open-fronted shops had display tables out, and crowds moved among them, pricing cloth from Ophir, wines from Argos, goods from Koth and Corinthia, and even Turan. But the peddlers' carts rumbling over the paving stones carried little in the way of foodstuffs, and their prices made him wonder if he could afford to eat in the city for long. Between the shops were huddled beggars, maimed or blind or both, their wailing for alms competing with the hawkers crying their wares. And every street
So that's one hemisphere done.
Hard-eyed, roughly dressed men who fingered sword hilts, or openly sharpened daggers, or weighed cudgels in their fists, as their gazes followed a plump merchant scurrying by, or a lissom shopkeeper's daughter darting through the crowd with nervous eyes. All that was missing were the prostitutes in their brass and copper bangles, sheer shifts cut to display their wares. Even the air had something of the cloying smell he associated with a dozen slums he had seen, a mixture of vomit, urine, and excrement. Suddenly, a fruit cart crossing an intersection was surrounded by half a dozen ruffians in motley bits of finery mixed with rags. The skinny vendor stood silent, eyes down and careworn face red, as they picked over his goods, taking a bite of this and a bite of that, then throwing both into the street. Stuffing the folds of their tunics with fruit, they started away, swaggering, insolent eyes daring anyone to speak. The well-dressed passers-by acted as if the men were invisible. "I don't suppose you'll pay," the vendor moaned without raising his eyes. One of the bravos, an unshaven man wearing a soiled cloak embroidered with thread of gold over a ragged cotton tunic, smiled, showing the blackened stumps of his teeth. "Pay? Here's pay." His backhand blow split the skinny man's cheek, and the pushcart man collapsed sobbing across his barrow. With a grating laugh, the bravo joined his fellows who had stopped to see the sport, and they shoved their way through the crowd of shoppers who gave way with no more than a wordless mutter. The muscular northern youth stopped a pace away from the pushcart. "Will you not call the city guard?" he asked curiously. The peddler pushed himself wearily erect. "Please, I have to feed my family. There are other carts." "I steal not fruit nor beat old men," the youth said stiffly. "My name is Conan. Will the city guard not protect you?" "The city guard," the old man laughed bitterly. "They stay in their barracks and protect themselves. I saw 3 of these scum hang a guardsman by his heels and geld him. Thus they think of the city guard." He wiped his hands shakily down the front of his tunic, suddenly realizing how visible he was talking to a barbarian in the middle of the intersection. "I have to go," he muttered. "I have to go." He bent to the handles of his pushcart without another glance at the young barbarian. Conan watched him go with a pitying glance. He had come to Belvoris to hire himself as a bodyguard or a soldier. He had been both, as well as a thief, a smuggler, and a bandit. But whoever could hire his sword for protection in that city, it would unfortunately not be those who needed it most. Some of the street corner toughs had noticed his words with the peddler and approached, thinking to have some fun with the outlander. As his gaze passed over them, though, cold as the mountain glaciers of his native Samaria, it came to them that death walked the streets of Belvoris that day. There was easier prey elsewhere, they decided. In minutes, the intersection was barren of thugs. A few people looked at him gratefully, realizing he had made that one place safe for the moment. Conan shook his head, half angry with himself, half with them. He had come to hire his sword for gold, not to clear the streets of scum. A scrap of parchment, carried by a vagrant breeze, fetched up against his boot. Idly he picked it up, read the words writ there in fine round hand. "King Geryon sits on a dragon throne. King Geryon sits to his feast alone. You sweat and toil for a scrap of bread, and learn to walk the streets in dread. He is not just this king of ours, may his reign be counted in hours. Mitra save us from the dragon throne, and the king who sits to his feast alone." He let the scrap go with the breeze, joining still other scraps swirling down the street. He saw people lift one to read. Some let it drop, white-faced, or threw it away in anger, but some read and furtively tucked the bit of sedition into their pouches. Belvoris was a plum ripe for the plucking. He had seen the signs before in other cities. Soon the furtiveness would be gone. Fists would be shaken openly at the royal palace. Stronger thrones had been toppled by less. Suddenly a running man pushed past him with horror-stricken eyes, and on his heels came a woman, her mouth open in a soundless scream. A flock of children ran past, shrieking unintelligibly. Down the street, more screams and cries rose, and the crowd suddenly stampeded toward the intersection. Their fear communicated itself, and without knowing why, others joined the stream. With difficulty, Conan forced his way to the side of the street, to a shop deserted by its owner. What could cause this, he wondered. Then the torrent of people thinned and was gone, and Conan saw that the street they had fled was littered with bodies, few moving. Some had been trampled, others further away were lacking arms or heads. And striding down the center of the street was a man in a richly embroidered blue tunic, holding a sword with an odd wavy blade that was encarmined for its entire length. A rope of spittle drooled from the corner of his mouth. Conan put his hand to his sword, then firmly took it away. For gold, he reminded himself not to avenge strangers on a madman. He turned to move deeper into the shadows. At that instant, a child broke from a shop directly in front of the madman, a girl no more than 8 years old, wailing as she ran on flashing feet. With a roar, the madman raised his sword and started after her. Erlic's bowels and bladder, Conan swore. His broadsword came smoothly from its worn shagreen sheath as he stepped back into the intersection. The child ran screaming past without slowing. The madman halted. Up close, despite his rich garb, thinning hair, and pouches beneath his eyes, gave him the look of a clerk. But those muddy brown eyes were glazed with madness, and the sounds he made were formless grunts. Flies buzzed about the fruit the bravos had scattered. At least, Conan thought the man had some reason left, enough not to run onto another's blade. "Hold there," he said. "I'm no running babe or shopkeeper to be hacked down from behind. Why don't you—" Conan thought he heard a hungry, metallic whine. An animal scream broke from the man's throat, and he rushed forward, sword raised. The Cimmerian brought his own blade up to parry, and with stunning speed, the weighty sword changed direction. Conan leaped back. The tip of the other's steel slashed across his belly, slicing tunic and the light chainmail he wore beneath alike as if they were parchment. He moved back another step to gain room for his own attack, but the madman followed swiftly, bloody blades slashing and stabbing with a ferocity beyond belief. Slowly, the muscular youth gave ground. To his shock, it came to him that he was fighting a defensive battle against the slight, almost nondescript man. His every move was to block some thrust instead of to attack. All of his speed and cunning were going into merely staying alive, and already he was bleeding from half a dozen minor wounds. It came to him that he might well die on that spot. "By the Lord of the Mound, no!" he shouted. "Crumb and steel!" But with the clash of the blades ringing in his ears, he was forced back. Abruptly, Conan's foot came down on a half-eaten plum, and with a crash, he went down, flat on his back, silver-flecked spots dancing before his eyes. Fighting for breath, he watched the madman's wavy blade go back for the thrust that would end his life. But he would not die easily. From his depths, he found the strength to roll aside as the other lunged. The bloody blade struck sparks from the paving stones where he had been. Frantically, he continued to roll, coming to his feet with his back against a wall. The madman whirled to follow.
I don't feel like saying much. I'm immersed in the story whilst we do this trudgery.
Conan blinked. The city guard had arrived at last, a black-cloaked score of archers. They stayed well back, drawing again, for transfixed though he was, the madman still stood. His mouth was a gash, emitting a wordless howl of bloodlust, and he hurled his sword at the big Cimmerian. Conan's blade had no more than a hand's span to travel to deflect the strange blade to clatter in the street. The guardsmen loosed their arrows once more. Pierced through and through, the madman toppled. For a brief moment as he fell, the look of madness faded, to be replaced by one of unutterable horror. He hit the pavement dead. Slowly, weapons at the ready, the soldiers closed in on the corpse.
Yep.
The big Cimmerian slammed his blade home in its sheath with a disgusted grunt. It was unnecessary even to wipe a speck of blood from it. The only blood shed had been his, and every one of those cuts, insignificant as each was, ached with the shame of it. The one attack he had managed to meet cleanly, the thrown sword, could have been met by a 10-year girl. A guardsman grabbed the dead man's shoulder and heaved him over onto his back, splintering half a dozen arrows on the stones of the street. "Easy, Tullio," another growled. "Like as not, our pay will be docked for those shafts." "Why, Black Erlic's throne," Tullio gasped. "It's Lord Melius." The knot of mailed men stepped back, leaving Tullio standing alone over the corpse. It was not well to be too near a dead noble, most especially if you had had a hand in killing him, and no matter what he had done, the king's justice could take strange twists where nobles were concerned. A livid scar across his broad nose, visible beneath the nasal of his helmet, the guardsman's grizzled sergeant spat near the corpse. "There's naught to be done for it now. Tullio!" That guardsman suddenly realized he was alone by the body and jumped, his eyes darting frantically. Put your cloak over the noble lord, the sergeant went on. Move, man! Reluctantly, Tullio complied. The sergeant told off more men. Abidius, Crato, Jocor, Naso, grab his arms and legs. Jump, or do you want to stay here till the flies eat him? The 4 men shuffled forward, muttering as they lifted the body. The sergeant started up the street, and the bearers followed as quickly as they were able, the rest of the troop falling in behind. None gave a second look to Conan. Are you slowing that much, Cimmerian? A gruff voice called. Conan spun, his angry retort dying on his lips as he saw the bearded man leaning against a shop front. I'm still faster than you, Hordo, you old robber of dogs. Nearly as tall as Conan and broader, the bearded man straightened. A rough leather patch covered his left eye, and a scar running from beneath the leather down his cheek pulled that side of his mouth into a permanent sneer, though now the rest of it was bent to a grin. A heavy gold hoop swung from each ear, but if they tempted thieves, the well-worn broadsword and dagger at his belt dissuaded them. Mayhap you are, Conan, he said.
Left the tap on. No flooding though, so...
From a middle-aged noble. The last I saw of you, you were on your way to Agraport, a soldier for King Eudes. Hordo was a friend, but he had not always been so. The first time they met, the one-eyed man and a pack of bandits had pegged Conan out on the Zamoran plains at the orders of Corella, a red-haired woman bandit known as the Red Hawk. Later, they had ridden together to the Kazankian mountains to try for treasure stolen by the sorcerer Aminar. From that, they had escaped with naught but their lives. Twice more they had met, each time making a try at wealth, each time failing to gain more than enough for one grand carouse in the nearest flesh pots. Conan had to wonder if once again they would have a chance at gold. I did, Conan replied, but I left the service of Turan a year gone and more. Trouble over a woman, I'll wager. Hordo chuckled, knowing you. Conan shrugged his massive shoulders. He always had trouble over women, it seemed. But then, what man did not? And what woman chased you from Sultanapur, Hordo? When last we parted, you sat in your own inn with a plump Turanian wife, swearing never again to smuggle so much as a sweetmeat, or set foot outside Sultanapur until you were carried out to your funeral pyre. It was Corella. The one-eyed man's voice was low with embarrassment. He tugged at his thick beard. I could not give up trying to find word of her, and my wife could not cease nagging me to stop. She said I made a spectacle of myself. People talked, she said, laughed behind my back, said I was strange in the head. She would not have it said she married a man lacking all his brains. She would not stop, and I could not, so I said goodbye one day and never looked back. You still look for Corella? She is not dead. I'm sure she lives. He grabbed Conan's arm, a pathetic urgency in his eyes. I've heard never a whisper, but I'd know if she was dead. I'd know.
So let's see.
You heard anything?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, that's fine then.
But to tell Hordo would entail telling how last he saw her, naked and chained in a slave coffle on her way to the auction block. He could explain that he had had but a few coppers in his pouch, not even close to the price of a round-breasted, green-eyed slave in Turan. He could even mention the oath she had made him swear that he would never lift a hand to save her. She was a woman of pride, Corella was, or had been. For if Hordo had found no sign of her, it was more than likely the strap had broken her, and that she now danced for the pleasure of a dark-eyed master. And if he told the tale, he might well have to kill his old friend, the man who had always called himself Corella's faithful hound. The last I saw of her was in the Kazanthians, he said truthfully. But I'm sure she got out of the mountains alive. No pack of hillmen would have stood a chance against her with a sword in her hand. Hordo nodded, sighing heavily. People were venturing back into the street, staring at the bodies that still lay where they had been slain. Here and there, a woman fell wailing across a dead husband or child. Conan looked around for the sword the madman had been carrying. It lay before an open-fronted shop piled high with colorful bolts of cloth. The proprietor was gone, one of the dead or one of those staring at them. The Sumerian picked up the sword, wiping the congealing blood from the serpentine blade on a bolt of yellow damask. He hefted the weapon, getting the balance of it. The quillons were worked in a silver filigree that spoke of antiquity, and the ricasso was scribed with calligraphy that formed no words he had ever seen before. But whoever had made the weapon, he was a master. It seemed to become an extension of his arm, nay, an extension of his mind. Still, he could not help thinking of those it had just killed. Men, women, children, struck from behind, whoever they could be reached as they fled.
Like weeds, you have to deal with them over and over again.
The images were vivid in his brain. He could almost smell their fierce sweat and the blood. He made a disgusted noise in his throat. A sword was a sword, no more. Steel had no guilt. Still, he would not keep it. Take it, yes. A sword was too valuable to be left behind. It would fetch a few silver pieces for his too light purse. You're not keeping that, Ordo sounded surprised. The blade's tainted. Women and children. He spat and made the sign to ward off evil. Not too tainted to sell, Conan replied. Swung his fur-trimmed cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around the sword. Its archaic pattern made it easily recognizable. Perhaps it would not be smart to carry it openly so soon after the death that had brought to Belvaris. Are you that short of coin, man? I can let you have a little silver, and you need it. I've enough. Conan weighed his purse again in his mind. 4 days if he stayed at an inn, 2 weeks if he slept in stables. But how is it you're rich to the point of handing out silver? Have you taken back to the bandit trade? Or is it smuggling again? Ordo stepped closer, casting his lone eye about to see if any had heard. Speak softly of smuggling, he said in a voice meant for the big Sumerian's ears alone. The penalty now is slow impalement, and the crown pays a bounty for information that'd tempt your grandmother. Then why are you mixed in it? I didn't say. The one-eyed man threw up his gnarled hands. Hanuman stones. Yes, I'm in it. Have you no ear or eye that you don't know the prices in this city? The tariffs are more than the cost of the goods. A smuggler can make a fortune, if he lives. Maybe you need a partner, Conan said suggestively. Ordo hesitated. "'Tis not as it was in Sultanapur. Every cask of wine or length of silk that misses the king's customs is brought in by one ring." "For the whole of Numedia?" Conan said incredulously. "Aye. Been that way for more than 2 years, so I understand. I've only been here a year myself. They're tight as a miser's fist about who they let in and who they let know what. I get my orders from the man who gets his from somebody I've never seen, who likely gets his orders from somebody else." He shook his heavy head. "I'll try, but I make no promises." "They can't be as tight as all that," Conan protested. "Not if you're one of them after being here no more than a year." Ordo chuckled and rubbed the side of his broad nose with a spatulate finger. "I'm a special case. I was in Koth in a tavern in Korshemish because I'd heard a rumor. Well, that's beside the point. Anyway, a fellow, Hassan, who works the Kothian end of the ring, heard me asking questions. He had heard of the Red Hawk, admired her no end. When he found out I'd ridden with her, he offered me a job here in Belvaris. I was about to the point of boiling my belt for soup, so I took it. If Hassan was here, I could get you in a finger snap. But he stays in Koth. Strange, Conan mused, that he wouldn't keep you there too, since he admires the Red Hawk so. No matter. You do what you can. I'll make out. I'll try, Ordo said. He squinted the sun already well past its height and shifted awkwardly. Listen, there's something I have to do. The ring, you understand. I'd ask you along so we could swap lies, but they do not look kindly on people they don't know. We've plenty of time, surely. Look, you meet me at the sign of the Gourd Ox on the Street of Regrets, just above Hellgate, half a glass or so after sunset. He laughed and clapped Conan on the shoulder. We'll drink our way from one side of this city to the other. From top to bottom, Conan agreed. As the one-eyed man left, Conan turned, the cloak-wrapped sword beneath his arm, and stopped. An ornate litter, scarlet-curtained, its frame and poles black and gold, stood a little way up the street. The crowd and even the toughs respectful enough to leave a cleared space about it. It was not the litter that arrested him. He had seen others in the streets, carrying fat merchants or sleek noblewomen, but as he had turned, the curtain had twitched shut, leaving him with the bare impression of a woman swathed in gray veils till naught but her eyes showed. And he would have sworn, for all the briefness of that glimpse, that those eyes had been looking directly at him. Nay, not looking, glaring. Abruptly, the front curtain of the litter moved, and apparently an order was passed, for the bearers set off swiftly up the street, away from the big Sumerian. Conan shook his head as he watched the litter disappear into the throng. 'Twas not a good way to begin in Belverus, imagining things. Aside from Hordo, he knew no one. Taking a firmer grip on his cloak-wrapped bundle, he set out to while away the time until his meeting with Hordo. He would learn what he could of this city, wherein he hoped to forge some future for himself.
Maybe there's relay stations here.
The street of
Maybe that's what I've got
was
to
the
do.
last street of
Hello,
Belverus.
interdimensional lizard.
It was the street where people
I will be
hung
building a
fingernails
Dyson
to
Sphere
keep from
today
sliding down
when I
into the
deal with these
cauldron of the
constant
slum.
distractions.
People who knew despairingly that even if they managed to stay that one street above for their lives, their children would sink into the morass. A few had crawled there from Hellgate, stopping
There's
once they
the
were safe
bastard.
above Propier Alley, afraid to go further into a city they did not understand, ignoring the stench that told them how little distance they had come whenever the wind blew from the south. Those who truly escaped Hellgate did not stop on the Street of Regrets, not even for a day or an hour. But they were fewest of the few. On such a street, all folk desire to forget what lies ahead at the next
Oh, there
turn,
we go.
the next dawning.
That makes things
what lies
easy.
behind on a thousand
So hopefully
nights past.
that should be all of
The
it
Street
done.
of
I've
Regrets
purged
was a
them from this
frenetic
system.
carnival.
So now
Orderly
let's go
musicians with boots
to
and zithers and flutes sent out frenzied music to compete with the
Sphere
laughter
one,
that
that's what
filled
it's
the
called.
air. Laughter raucous, drunken, hysterical, forced. Jugglers with balls and rings, clubs and flashing knives worked their art for the strumpets that strolled the street, half naked in bleak silks, burnished brass bangles and stilted sandals, flaunting their wares for whoever had a coin.
listening to Conan.
Lascivious wriggles and flagrant self-caresses, however.
It's called Conan the Defender. They might as well call it Conan the Impoverished Cost of Living Crisis.
Were offered to those well-dressed oglers from the upper town, standing out in the motley crowd as if they bore signs, come to witness what they thought was the depths of Hellgate depravity. And over it all floated the laughter. The sign of the Gourd Ox was what Conan expected on such a street. At one end of a common room that reeked of stale wine was a small platform where three plumply rounded women in sheer yellow silk gyrated their hips and breasts to the sybaritic flutes. They were largely ignored by the men at the crowded tables, intent on drink or cards or dice. A brassy-haired
So we
troll,
see a partially
one strip of
paved,
dark
partially
blue silk wrapped
constructed
around
planet.
and around her body in such a way as to leave much plump flesh bare, maintained a fixed smile as a fat Corinthian in striped robes stroked her as if attempting to calculate her price by the pound. Another prostitute, her hair an impossible red, eyed the breadth of Conan's shoulders and adjusted the gilded halter that supported her large round breasts. She swayed toward him, wetting her full lips suggestively, then stopped with a disappointed frown when he shook his head. He could see Hordo nowhere in the drunken mass. There would be time to find women when they were together. There was one woman in the tavern who stood out from the rest. Seated alone against the wall, her wine cup untouched in front of her, she seemed to be the only one there watching the dancers. Long black hair swirled below her shoulders, and large hazel eyes and bee-stung lips gave her a beauty that outshone any of the doxies by far. Yet she was not of the sisterhood of the night. That much was certain from the simple robe of white cotton that covered her from neck to ankles. It was as out of place as she, that robe, not gaudy or revealing enough for a denizen of the Street of Regrets, lacking the ornate embroideries and rich fabrics of the women of the upper town who came to sample wickedness by sweating beneath one who might be a murderer or worse. Women came later, he reminded himself. Shifting the cloak-wrapped sword beneath his arm, he looked about for an empty table. From what seemed rather a bundle of rags than a man, a bony hand reached out to pluck at his tunic. A thin, rasping voice emerged from a toothless mouth. "Ho, Cimmerian, where go you with that strange blade of murder?" Conan felt the hair stir on the nape of his neck. The old man, too emaciated to be wrinkled, had a filthy rag tied across where his eyes should be. But even had he had eyes, how could he have known what was in the cloak? Or that Conan was from Cimmeria? "What do you know of me, old man?" Conan asked. "And how do you know it without sight?" The old man cackled shrilly, touching the bandage across his eyes with a crooked stick he carried. "When the gods took these, they gave me other ways of seeing. As I do not see with eyes, I do not see what eyes see, but other things." "I've heard of such," Conan muttered, "and seen strangers still. What more can you tell me of myself?" "Oh, much and much, young sir. You will know the love of many women, queens and peasant girls alike, and many between in station. You will live long and gain a crown, and your death will be shrouded in legend." "Bull done," Hordo grunted, thrusting his head past Conan's shoulder. "I was wondering where you were," Conan said. "The old man knew I'm Cimmerian." An earful of your barbarous accent, and he made a lucky guess. "Let's get a table and a pitcher of wine." Conan shook his head. I didn't speak, but he knew. "Tell me, old man, what lies weeks ahead for me instead of years?" The blind man had been listening with a pained expression, tilting his head to catch their words. Now his toothless smile returned. "As for that," he said. He lifted his hand, thumb rubbing his fingertips, then abruptly flattened it, palm up. "I am a poor man, as you can see, young sir." The big Cimmerian stuck 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt. It was light enough, filled more with copper than silver, and little enough of either. But he drew out a silver queen's head and dropped it on the old man's leathery palm. Hordo sighed in exasperation. "I know a haruspects and 3 astrologers would charge half that together and give you a better telling than you'll find in this place." The old man's fingertips drifted lightly over the face of the coin. "A generous man," he murmured. The coin disappeared beneath his rags. "Give me your hand, the right one." A palmist with no eyes, Hordo laughed, but Conan stuck out his hand. As swiftly as they had moved over the coin, the old man's fingers traced the lines of the Cimmerian's hand, marking the calluses and old scars. He began to speak, and though his voice was still thin, the cackle was gone. There was strength, even power in it. "Beware the woman of sapphires and gold. For her love of power she would seal your doom. Beware the woman of emeralds and ruby. For her love of you
there
she
it
would
is.
watch you die. Beware the man who seeks a throne. Beware the man whose soul is clay. Beware the gratitude of kings." To Conan, his voice grew louder, but no one else looked up from a wine cup as he broke into a sing-song chant. "Save a throne, save a king, kill a king or die. Whatever comes, whatever is, mark well your time to fly." That's skewer enough to sour new wine, Hordo muttered. That makes little sense besides, Conan added. Can you make it no plainer? The old man dropped Conan's hand with a shrug. Could I say my prophecies plainer, he said dryly, I'd live in a palace instead of a pigsty in Hellgate. Stick tapping, he hobbled toward the street, deftly avoiding tables and drunken revelers alike. But mark my words, Conan of Samaria, he called over his shoulder from the doorway. My prophecies always tell true. And he disappeared into the feverish maelstrom outside.
That should mark out so I can see it in the future.
Oh, fool, Hordo grumbled. If you want good advice, go to a licensed astrologer. None of these hedgerow charlatans.
Oops.
I never spoke
And just
my
like that,
name,
I've lost
Conan
it
said
again.
Quietly. Hordo blinked and scrubbed his mouth with the back of his calloused hand. I need a drink, Sumerian. The scarlet-haired strumpet was rising from a table, leading a burly Ophirian footpad toward the stairs that led above, where rooms were rented by the turn of the glass. Conan plopped down on a vacated stool, motioning Hordo to the other.
Oh, just got a thing from Hemi. So in the 4TM Words chat, I posted a thing about lasers prove a flat Earth. And he says, lasers are notoriously bendy and curve at the same rate as the Earth, so I'm calling BS on this one. Right. Prof. Brian Cox. Oh, hang on. You don't need to be Professor Brian Cox to work that one out.
Arm of a doe-eyed serving girl, her pale breasts and buttocks almost covered by 2 strips of green muslin. Wine, Hordo ordered. The biggest pitcher you have, and 2 cups. Deftly, she slipped from his grasp and sped away. Have you yet spoken to your friends of me? Conan asked. Hordo sighed heavily, shaking his head. I spoke, but the answer was no. The work is light here, Conan, and the gold flows free. But I am reduced to taking orders from a man named Arrhenius, a fat bastard with a squint and a smell like a dung heap. This bag of slime lectured me. Imagine me standing still for a lecture about trusting strangers in these dangerous times. Dangerous times, bah. 'Tis no great matter, Conan said. Yet he had hoped to work again with this bearded bear of a man. There were good memories between them. The serving girl returned, setting 2 leathern jacks and a rough clay pitcher half again the size of a man's head on the table. She filled the jacks and waited with her hand out. Hordo rummaged out the coppers to pay, at the same time giving her a sly pinch. Off with you, girl, he laughed, before we decide we want more than you're willing to sell. Rubbing her plump buttocks, she left, but with a steamy-eyed look at Conan that said she might not be averse to selling more were he buying. I told him you were no stranger, Hordo continued. Told him much of you, of our smuggling in Sultanapur. He'd not even listen. Told me you sounded a dangerous sort. Told me to stay away from you. Can you imagine him thinking I'd take an order like that? I cannot, Conan agreed. Suddenly, the Sumerian felt the ghost of a touch near his pouch. His big hand darted back, captured a slender wrist, and hauled its owner before him. Golden curls surrounded a face of childlike innocence, set with guileless blue eyes, but the lush breasts straining a narrow strip of red silk named her profession, as did the girdle of copper coins low on her hips, from which hung panels of transparent red that barely covered the inner curves of her thighs before and the inner slopes of her rounded buttocks behind.
Oh,
Her fist above,
it's the site. It's launched. We're getting the first.
There's a woman of sapphires and gold. Hordo laughed. What's your price, girl? Next time, Conan said to the girl, don't try a man sober enough to notice how clumsy your touch is. The girl put on a seductive smile like a mask. You mistake me. I wanted to touch you. I'd not be expensive for one as handsome as you. And the herbalist says I'm completely cured. Herbalist, Porto spluttered in his mind. Get your hand off her, Conan. There's 9 and 20 kinds of pox in this city, and if she's had one, she likely has the other 28 yet. And tells me of it right away, Conan mused. He increased the pressure of his grip slightly. Sweat popped out on her forehead. Her generous mouth opened in a small cry, and her fingers unclenched to drop 2 silver coins into Conan's free hand. In a flash, he pulled her close, her arm held behind her back, her full breasts crushed against his massive chest, her frightened sky-blue eyes staring into his. The truth, girl, he said. Are you thief, whore, or both? The truth, and I'll let you go free. The first hint of a lie, and I'll take you upstairs to get my money's worth. She wet her lips slowly. You'll truly let me go, she whispered. Conan nodded, and her shuddering breath flattened her breasts pleasantly against his chest. I am no doxy, she said at last. Porto grunted. A thief, then. I'll still wager she has the pox, though. It's a dangerous game you play, girl, Conan said. She tossed her blonde head defiantly. Who notices one more strumpet among many? I take only a few coins from each, and each thinks he spent them in his cups. And once I mention the herbalist, none want the wares they think I offer. Abruptly, she brought her lips to within a breath of his. I'm not a whore, she murmured, but I could enjoy a night spent in your arms. Not a whore, Conan laughed, but a thief. I know thieves. I'd wait with purse and cloak and sword, and mayhap even my boots gone. Her eyes flashed.
This would be a good place for
an instant in anger,
thing.
and she writhed helplessly within the iron band of his arm. Your luck is gone this night, girl. I sense it.
Yeah, there's the soda cells, but nothing to collect
For a
them.
moment she stood in disbelief.
We'll have to fix that.
Then his open palm, breaking against her buttocks, lifted her onto her toes with a squeal that drew laughter from nearby tables. On your way, girl, Conan said. Your luck is gone. I go where I will, she replied angrily, and darted away deeper into the tavern. Dismissing her from his mind, he turned back to his wine, drinking deep. Over the rim of the leathern jack, his eyes met those of the girl who had seemed out of place. She was looking at him with what was clearly approval, though not invitation, just as clearly, and she was writing on a scrap of parchment. He would wager there were not a handful of women on that entire street who could read or write so much as their own names. Nor many men, for that matter.
Nearly entirety of it
Not
paid
for
for.
us, Porto said, noticing the direction of his gaze. Whatever she is, she's no daughter of the streets dressed like that. I care not what she is, Conan said. Not entirely truthfully. She was beautiful, and he was willing to admit his own weakness for beautiful women. At the moment, I care about finding employment before I can no longer afford any woman at all. I spent the day walking through the city. I saw many men with bodyguards. There's not so much gold in it as in smuggling, but I've done it before, and I likely will again. Porto nodded. There's plenty enough of that sort of work. Every man who had a bodyguard a year ago has 5 now. Some of the fatter merchants, like Fabius Palian and Denaro Astorian, have entire free companies in their pay. There the real money is to be made, hiring out your own free company. If you have the gold to raise it in the first place, Conan agreed. I couldn't buy armor for one man, let alone a company. The one-eyed man drew a finger through a puddle of wine on the table. Since the trouble started, half of what we smuggle in is arms. Tariff on a good sword is more than the price used to be. He met Conan's gaze. Unless I miscount, we could steal enough to outfit a company without anyone being the wiser. We, Porto? Hanuman stones, man. When they start telling me who my friends can be, I'm not much longer for smuggling. Then it's a matter of getting silver enough for enlistment bonuses. For, say, 50 men? Gold, Porto cut him off. The going rate is a gold.
Why don't I
marking.
have any of these?
Man whistled between his teeth. It's not likely I'll see that much in one place. Unless you... Shook his head sadly.
I'll have to
You know
investigate.
me, sire. I like women drinking dice too much for gold to stay long with me. Thief! Someone shouted. We've caught a thief! Conan looked around to see the innocent-faced blonde struggling between a bulky, bearded man in a greasy blue tunic and a tall fellow with a weaselly look to his close-set eyes. "Caught her with her hand in my purse," the bearded man shouted. Obscene comments rose amid the tavern's laughter. "I told her luck was gone," Conan muttered. The blonde screamed as the bearded man ripped the strip of silk from her breasts, then tossed her up to the skinny man who had climbed onto a table. Despite her struggles, he quickly tore away the rest of her flimsy garb and displayed her naked to the tavern. The bearded man shook a dice cup over his head. "Who'll toss for a chance?" Men crowded round him. "Let us go," Conan said. "I don't want to watch this." He gathered up the cloak-wrapped sword and started for the street. Ordo took one regretful look at the barely touched pitcher of wine, then followed. At the door, Conan caught the eye of the young woman in the plain cotton dress once more. She was staring at him again, but this time her face bore disapproval. What had he done, he wondered? Not that it mattered. He had more important concerns on his mind than women. Followed by Ordo, he ducked through the doorway. 3. Full dark was on the Street of Regrets, and the frenzy of its denizens had grown as if by motion they could warm themselves against the chill of night. Whores no longer strutted sensuously, but rather half-ran from potential patron to potential patron. Acrobats twisted and tumbled in defiance of gravity and broken bones, as though for King Darien himself, receiving hollow, drunken laughter in payment, yet tumbling on. Conan paused to watch a fire juggler, his 6 blazing brands describing slow arcs above his bald head. A small, ever-changing knot of people stood watching as well. 3 came and 2 left even as the Sumerian stopped. There were better shows that night on the street than a juggler. Conan fingered a copper out of his pouch and tossed it into the cap the quick-handed man had laid on the ground. There were only 2 in the cap to precede it. To Conan's surprise, the juggler suddenly turned toward him, half bowing as he kept the brands aloft, as if acknowledging a generous patron. As he straightened, he began to caper, legs kicking high, fiery batons spinning now so that it seemed his feet were always in the midst of the circles they described. Ordo pulled at Conan's arm, drawing the muscular youth away down the street. "For a copper," the one-eyed man muttered disgustedly. "Time was it'd have taken a silver piece to get that out of one of them. Maybe more." "This city has gone mad," Conan said. "Never have I seen so many beggars this side of the villa yet see. The poor are poorer and more in number than in any 3 other cities. Peddlers charge prices that would choke a guild merchant in Sultanapur and wear faces like they were going bankrupt. More than half a silver queen said for a pitcher of wine, but a juggler does his best trick for a copper. I haven't seen a soul who looks to care if tomorrow comes or no. What happens here? What am I, Sumerian? A scholar? A priest? 'Tis said the throne is cursed, that Darien is cursed by the gods." Conan involuntarily made the sign against evil. Curses were nothing to fool with. Several people noticed and shied away from the big man. They had evil enough in their lives without being touched by the evil that troubled him. "This curse," the big Sumerian said after a time, "is it real? I mean, have the priests and astrologers spoken of it? Confirmed it?" "I've heard nothing of that," Ordo admitted. "But it's spoken on every street corner. Everyone knows it." "Carved in stones," Conan snorted. "You know as well as I do that anything everyone knows is usually a lie. Is there any proof at all of a curse?" "That there is, Sumerian," Ordo said, poking a blunt finger at Conan for emphasis. "On the very day Darien ascended the dragon throne, the very day, mind you, a monster ran loose in the streets of Belvoris. Killed better than a score of people. Looked like a man if you made a man out of clay, then half melted him. Thing is, a lot of people who saw it said it looked something like Darien, too." "A man made out of clay," Conan said softly, thinking of the blind man's prophecy. "Pay no attention to that blind old fool," Ordo counseled. "Besides, the monster's dead." Wasn't those stay-in-the-barrack city guards who did it, though. An old woman, frightened half out of her wits, threw an oil lamp at it. Covered it with burning oil. A pile of ash. The city guard was going to take them for questioning.
Oh, excuse me.
The neighbors chased them off. Pelted them with chamber pots. Come, Conan said, turning down a narrow street. Porto hesitated.
This weather is absolutely terrible. It's been overcast. It's the sort of overcast with a bright silver haze to it. The sort that doesn't come from water vapour. And it's making me sneeze.
You realize we're going into Hellgate? We're being followed. Ever since the gored ox, Conan said. I want to find out who. This way. The street narrowed and twisted, and the laughter and the light of the street of regrets were quickly lost. The stench of offal and urine thickened. There was no paving here. The grate of their boots on gravel and the sounds of their own breathing were the loudest things to be heard.
That's it. The entire planet's paved now.
Through darkness, broken only occasionally by a pool of light from a window high enough for its owner to feel some safety. Talk, Conan said. Anything. What kind of king is Garion? Talk, he says, Hordo muttered. They'll save us from you. He sighed heavily. He's a king. What more is there? I hold no brief for any king. No more did you last I saw you. Nor do I now. But talk. We're drunk and too senseless to be silent while walking Hellgate in the middle of the night. He eased his broadsword in its scabbard. A hint of light from a window far above glinted on his face. His eyes seemed to gleam in the dark like those of a forest animal. A hunting animal. Porto stumbled over something that made bright, squelching sounds beneath his boots. Horus guts and bones. Let me see. Garion. At least he got rid of the sorcerers. I like kings better than I do sorcerers. How did he do that? Conan asked. But his ear was bent for sounds from behind rather than the answer. Was that a foot on gravel? Oh, 3 days after he took the throne, he executed all the sorcerers still at court. Githenius, his father, had dozens of them in the palace. Garion told no one what he intended. Some few did leave, giving one excuse or another, but the rest... Garion gave orders to the Golden Leopards 3 glasses past midnight. By dawn, every sorcerer still in the palace had been dragged out of bed and beheaded. Those who fled were true sorcerers, Garion said, and could keep their wealth. These, who couldn't even discover he intended their deaths, were charlatans and parasites. He had their belongings distributed to the poor, even in Hellgate. Last good thing he's done. Interesting, Conan said absently. In the dark, his keen eyes picked out one shadow from another. There was a crossing alley ahead. And behind. Yes, that was the mutter of someone who had stepped in whatever had fouled Hordo's boots. Say on, he said. His blade whispered on leather as it eased from its sheath. The one-eyed man lifted his eyebrow at what Conan had done, then he too drew his sword. Both men walked with steel swinging easily in their fists. That curse, Hordo continued conversationally. Githenius took ill a fortnight after the planting, and as soon as he took to his bed, the rain stopped. It rained in Ophir, it rained in Aquilonia, but not in Nemedia. The sicker Githenius got, and the closer Garion came to the throne, the worse the drought grew. The day he took the throne, the fields were dry as powdered bone. And they gave about as much harvest. Tell me that's not proof of a curse. They reached the alley. Conan sidestepped into its shadows, motioning Porto to go on. The burly one-eyed man shambled on into the dark ahead, his words fading slowly. With the crops gone, Garion brought grain in Aquilonia and raised tariffs to pay for it. Fool brigands on the border started burning the grain wagons, so he raises tariffs again to hire more guards for the wagons, and to buy more grain, which the fools on the border still burn. High tariffs make for good smuggling, but I'd just as soon he... Conan waited, listening. Briefly, he considered unwrapping the madman's blade. but he could still feel the taint to it, even through the cloak. He propped it behind him against the wall. The following footsteps came closer, hurrying yet hesitant. But once set, he was sure now. A slight cloak-shrouded shape moved into the alley crossing, pausing in the dark, all its attention on Gordo's faintly receding footsteps. Conan took a quick step forward, left hand coming down on the figure's shoulder. Spinning the shape, he slammed it against the wall. Breath whooshed out of his opponent. Blade across the figure's throat, he dragged it down to the alley to a pool of light. His mouth fell open as he saw the other's face. It was the girl who had seemed so out of place at the gored ox. There was fear in her large hazel eyes, but when she spoke, her voice was under control. Do you intend killing me? I don't suppose killing a woman would be beyond you, since you abandon them with such ease. What are you talking about? He rasped. Are you working with footpads, girl? He found it hard to believe she could be, but he had seen stranger things. Of course not, she replied. I'm a poet. My name is Ariane. If you don't intend to cut my throat, could you take that sword away? Do you know what they were doing when I left? Do you have any idea? He muttered in confusion at her sudden torrent. Still, he lowered his blade. She swallowed ostentatiously and fixed him with a level gaze. They were casting dice for who would have the first turn with her. Every man there intended to take one, and in the meanwhile they were passing her about, beating her buttocks till they looked like ripe plums. The blonde thief, he exclaimed. You're talking about the blonde thief? Do you mean to say you followed me into Hellgate just to tell me that? I didn't know you were coming into Hellgate, she said angrily. I do things on impulse. But what business is it of yours where I go? I'm not a slave, certainly not yours. That poor girl. After you let her go, I thought you had some sympathy for her. Thought you might be different from the rest, despite your rather violent appearance, but... You knew she was a thief, he broke in. Her face turned offensive. She has to live, too. I don't suppose you know about the things that drive people to become thieves. About being poor and hungry. Not you with your great sword and your muscles, and shut up, he shouted, and immediately dropped his voice, taking a quick look up and down the alley. It was well not to attract attention in a place like Hellgate. When he looked back at her, she was staring at him, open-mouthed. I know about being poor, he said quietly. About being hungry, and about being a thief. I was all of them before I was old enough to shave my face. I'm sorry, she said slowly, and he had the irritating feeling that it was as much for his youthful hunger as for what she had said. As for the girl, she threw away the chance I gave her. I told her her luck was gone, and it was, if I caught her and you saw her. Maybe I should have spoken to her when I saw her, Ariane sighed. Conan shook his head. What kind of woman are you? A poet, you say? You sit in a tavern on the street of regrets, worrying about thieves. You dress like a shopkeeper's virgin daughter and speak with the accents of a noblewoman. You chase me into Hellgate to upbraid me. He laughed, deep in his chest. When Hordo returns, we'll escort you back to the street of regrets, and may Mitra save the doxies and cut curses from you.
The doxies?
The light kindled in her eyes. I am a poet, and a good one. And what's wrong with the way I dress? I suppose you'd rather I wore a few skinny strips of silk and wriggled like... He clapped a hand over her mouth, not breathing while he listened. Her eyes were large and liquid on his face. It came again, that sound that had pricked his ear, the rasp of steel sliding from a sheath. Shoving the girl further up the narrow confines of the dark alley, Conan spun just as the first man rushed in. The Sumerian's blade slashed out his throat even while his sword was going up. The first of the three following on his heels stumbled against the collapsing body, then shrieked as Conan's steel sought the juncture of shoulder and neck. From behind the men came a scream that ended in a gurgle, and a cry of the Red Hawk told the Sumerian youth that Hordo had joined the fray. The man facing Conan dropped into a guard position, nervously trying to see the combat behind him without taking his eyes from the massive youth. Suddenly, Conan shouted, shifting his shoulders as if he intended an overhand blow. His opponent's sword flashed up to block. Conan's lunge brought them face to face, the Sumerian's blade projecting a foot through the other's back. He stared into the dying man's eyes, even in the darkness able to see the despair that came with the realization of death. Then only death was there. He tugged his blade free and wiped it on the dead man's cloak. "Are you hurt, Conan?" Ordo called, stumbling past the bodies in the narrow alley. "Just wiping my..." A foul odor filled Conan's nostrils. "Crom! What is that?" "I slipped in something," Ordo replied sourly. "That's why I was so long getting back." "Who's the wench?" "I'm not a wench," Ariane said. "Her name's Ariane," Conan said. He raised his eyebrows.
Right, now I've just got the rocket size to do.
Dagger inside her dress. "You didn't draw that against me, girl." "I didn't," she replied. "Perhaps I didn't think to need it with you. Are these friends of yours?" "Footpads," he snorted. Ordo straightened from examining one of the corpses.
Cruise mode.
"Mayhap you want to take a look, Conan. They're dressed well for Hellgate."
Flight mode.
"Some of Hellgate's better citizens." The Sumerian's nose wrinkled. "Ordo, as soon as we return Ariane to the Suite of Regrets, you're going to find a bathhouse. That is, if you intend to keep drinking with me." Ordo muttered something under his breath. "If it doesn't have to be a bathhouse," Ariane began, then stopped, chewing her full lower lip in indecision. Finally, she nodded. "It will be all right," she said to herself. "There's an inn called the Sign of Festus, just off the Street of Regrets. It has baths. You can come as my guests for the night at least." "Festus," Ordo crowed. "Who ever heard of an inn called after the goddess of music and such?" "I have," Ariane said with some asperity. "If you are invited, the bed, food, and wine are free, though you're expected to contribute if you can. You'll understand when you see it. Well, do you come, or do you stake until you can pay 2 silver pieces to a bathhouse?" "Why?" Conan asked. "You sounded not so friendly a minute or two gone." "You interest me," Ariane said simply. Ordo snickered, and Conan suddenly wished the one-eyed man smelled just a little better so he could get close enough to thump him. Hastily, the Sumerian gathered up the ancient sword in the cloak.
Flight mode.
"Let's get out of here," he said, "before we attract more vermin." Hurriedly, they picked their way back out of Hellgate. 4. Albinus angrily jerked the cord of his
22
gold embroidered
left.
dressing robe tight about his waist as he stalked into the carpeted antechamber of his sleeping apartment. Golden lamps cast a soft
That's all the
light on
stuff which I
wall,
discarded
where
previously.
relief depicted scenes from the life of Gregoris, the ancient half-legendary king of Nemedia, from whom Albinus claimed pure and unsullied descent through both his father and mother. The hawk-faced lord had left orders to be called from his bed whenever the 2 men now awaiting him arrived. Neither
Right.
Vigentius nor Demetrio appeared to
So,
have slept at all.
2 things.
Soldier's
One,
surcoat worked with the golden leopard was wrinkled and damp with sweat, while the eyes of the slender youth were haggard.
let's get
"What have you
a
discovered?" Albinus demanded without
let's get a
further
blueprint ready.
Demetrio shrugged and sniffed at his
So we'll go.
ever-present commander. Vigentius stiffened in tired anger at the peremptory tone and spoke harshly.
That looks interesting. Let's
"Nothing.
see if it
The sword's
works.
gone. Let it be. We don't need it. And you've already gotten Melius killed giving him the thing in the first place. Though Mitra knows the man is little enough loss." "How was I to know the accursed blade would seize his mind?" Albinus broke out. Hands knotted to keep them from shaking, he managed to regain control. "The sword," he said in a somewhat calmer voice, "must be recovered. Another incident like today, another man going berserk with that blade in his hands, and Garion will know there's sorcery loose in the Media again. Even with his dislike of magics, he might well bring his own sorcerer to court for protection. Do you think I'll so easily let my plans be thwarted?" "Our plans," Demetrio reminded gently from behind his commander. Albinus smiled slightly, a curving of the lips.
I'm just going to have a look at some of the.
"Our plans," he agreed.
Cruise mode.
Then even that slight softness was gone.
Ended.
The guardsmen were put to the question, were they not Vigentius? After all, they did kill Lord Melius. Vigentius gave a short nod. All except their sergeant, who disappeared from the barracks when my golden leopards came to make the arrests. 'Twas guilt sent him running, mark my words. He knows something.
Oh,
Most likely, Demetrio murmured, he knew
that's a
what method
mistake,
of questioning
surely.
would be used. Unless he took the sword, Albinus said. What do they say of that under the question? Little enough, Vegentius sighed. For the most part, they begged for mercy. All they knew was that they were ordered to stop a madman who was slaughtering people in the market district. They
Oh,
found him
no.
a northern barbarian and killed him. When they discovered they'd slain a lord, they were so terrified they had no thought for the sword. They didn't even bring in the barbarian. He was still alive.
So I've done all of this.
Surprised.
After all of this, and most of these railguns aren't working.
Disparagingly. Melius barely knew one end of a blade from the other. The skill is in the blade, Albinus said. 6 masters of the sword were slain in the making of it. Their blood used for quenching, their bones burned to heat it, the essence of their art infused into its metal. Slash and hack, that's all Vegentius knows.
Oh, well.
Demetrio's voice dripped mockery. But the art of steel, his blade whipped from its sheath. Knees bent, he bent
So that's
across
lava, that's not the
worn
one.
carpet, his sword working intricate figures in the air.
Is it this one?
Fancy
Maybe.
work may be good enough for first blood duels among the gently born, Vegentius sneered. But 'tis a different matter in battle when your life hangs on your blade. Enough, Albinus snapped. Both of you enough. He drew a ragged breath. One day he would let them fight for his entertainment, then have the winner impaled. But now was not the time. 30 years he had worked for this. Too much time, too much effort, too much humiliating terror to allow it all to be ruined now. That barbarian may have taken the sword. Find him. Find that blade. I've already started, the square-faced soldier said smugly. I sent word to Taurus. He'll have had his alley rats hunting all night. Good. Albinus rubbed his hands together, making a sound like dry parchment rustling. And you, Demetrio, what have you been doing to find the blade? Asking 10,000 questions, the slender noble replied wearily. From the Street of Regrets to the House of 1,000 Orchids. I heard nothing.
Science.
If Vegentius had thought to let me know of this barbarian, it would have made my searching easier. Vegentius examined his nails with a complacent smile.
And you
Who
do
would
have
thought to
some.
work for you in the House of 1,000 Orchids.
So why aren't you
They provide
exporting?
only women to their customers. Demetrius slammed his sword back into its sheath, as if he were driving it into the soldier's heart. Before he could open his mouth, though, Albinus spoke. There's no time for this petty bickering. Find that sword. Steal it, buy it, I care not, but get it. And without attracting attention. And if its possessor has discovered its properties, Demetrio asked. Albinus said smoothly. Or her. He turned to go. One more thing, Vegentius said abruptly. Taurus wants to meet with you. Albinus turned
So
back to face them.
the bottleneck
His eyes
is
black
quantum
That
circuits.
scum dares. He should be licking the paving stones in gratitude for the gold he's given. He's afraid, Vegentius said. Him and some of the others who know a little of what they really do. I can count them, but even gold won't put their guts back unless they see you face to face and hear you tell them that all will happen as they've been told. Mitra blast them. Albinus's eyes went to the bar room.
Why
on the
is
walls.
there no water?
And Bergoras had to deal with such. Very well. Arrange you a meeting in some out-of-the-way place. It will be done, the soldier replied. Albinus smiled suddenly, the first genuine smile the others had ever seen on his face. When I am on the throne, this Taurus and his dagger men will be flayed
So none
alive
of this
in
is
the
working
plaza of
because the
kings.
titanium glass is
But
not
the king should be seen to
manufacturing.
protect his people against such as they. He barked a laugh. Now get you gone.
Right.
When next I see you, bear a report of success. He left with as little ceremony as he had come, for already he began to feel beyond the courtesies ordinary men offered one another. They were fools in any case, unable to realize that he saw them no differently than he saw Taurus, or that he would deal with them harshly
right,
in
this
the end, and if they
request
would betray
in
one
titanium
king,
glass.
they would betray another. Inside his dimly lit bedchamber, he strode impatiently to a large square sheet of transparent crystal hung on the wall. The thin crystal was undecorated save for odd markings around its outer edge, markings that lay entirely within the crystal.
So how on earth have they produced anything when you can't make quantum chips? I mean, stuff is going on here.
Fingers touched the proper ones in the proper sequence, intoning words in a language 3 millennia dead. As his finger lifted from the last, the crystal darkened to a deep silvery blue. Slowly, pictures formed within it. In the crystal, men moved and gestured, talking though no sound could be heard. Albinus gazed on Garion, who thought himself safe in the royal palace, conferring with long-bearded Sulpicius and bald Malaric, his two most trusted counselors. The king was a tall man, heavily muscled still from a boyhood spent with the army, but
Does
now
that make a
beginning to show a
difference?
smooth layer of fat from half a year of inactivity on the throne. His square
No, it
jawed
doesn't.
face with its deep-set dark eyes had lost some of the openness it had once had.
Oh, I'll put it back to
Sitting
normal.
on the throne was responsible for that change as well. Albinus's hands
Titanium and
moved
glass,
around the
but there's
crystal again,
no
and
water.
Garion's face swelled until it filled the entire square. Why do you do that so often? The blonde who spoke watched him with sapphire cat eyes from the satin cushions of his bed. She stretched languorously, her skin gleaming like honeyed ivory in the dimness, her dancer's legs seeming even longer as she pointed her toes. Her large pear-shaped breasts lifted as she arched her slender back.
That's just a shame.
Albinus got his
Real
throat
shame.
thick. Why
But
do you
hey
not
ho.
speak? She asked, her voice all pure innocence.
At least we've got titanium glass now.
It's as if he were here, Solaria, watching his mistress writhe and moan beneath me. Is that all I am to you? Her tone was sultry now, caressing like warm oil. A means of striking at Garion? Yes, he said cruelly. And he had a wife or a daughter, they would take their turns with you in my bed. Her eyes drifted to the
So
face
this-
of the crystal.
This blueprint,
Time for a mistress, much less a wife.
be nice if it fucking
Of
worked.
course, you
Doesn't
are
work.
responsible for the many troubles that take his time.
So I'm going to delete that.
What would your fellows think? And they knew you took the risk of seducing the king's mistress to your bed. Was it a risk?
So, what was it?
His face hardened
That-
dangerously.
Um,
Are you a risk? She shifted in the cushions so that her head was toward him, her hips twisted to emphasize their curve against the smallness of her waist. I am no risk, she said softly. I wish only to serve you. Why? He persisted. At first I meant you only for my bed, but of your own will you began to spy in the palace, coming to kneel at my feet and whisper of who did what and who said what. Why? Power, she breathed. It is an ability I have, to sense power in men, to sense men who will have power.
ah,
I am drawn to such men.
That is
who
actually
walk
a
the
mole.
flame. I sense the power in you, greater than the power in Garion. You sense the power. His eyes lidded and he spoke almost to himself. I
right, let's try building it then.
inside, too. I've always felt it, known it was there. I was born to be king, to raise Nemedia to an empire. And you are the first other to realize it. Soon the people will take to the streets of Belverus with swords
No.
in hand to demand that Garion abdicate.
I have a
in my
better more
favor.
thing.
And on that day, I will raise you to the nobility, Sularia. Lady Sularia. I thank my king. Suddenly he unbelted his dressing robe and threw it off, turning so that the man in the crystal, if he were actually able to see from it, would have a clear
No.
view of the bed. Come and worship your king, he commanded. Mouth curving in a
So
wet
what's
smile.
up with the rocket factory? I mean, like, you know, we've got factories here producing Dyson Sphere components, got
As Coran
Dyson
made
Sphere
his way down to the
components.
common room at the sign of Festus the
Yeah.
next morning,
Frame material, Dyson Sphere components.
2 lyres, 4 zithers, 3 flutes, and 6 harps of assorted sizes.
So what's
being played.
the rocket factory called?
Musicians scattered about the room, and no two playing the
DS
same
components,
tune.
EM Rail,
One man
Factory
stood declining
1.
verse to a wall with full gesticulations, as if performing for a wealthy patron. A dozen young men and women at a large table covered with bits of sculpture shouted over the music, telling one another in detail what was wrong with everyone else's work. 3 men at the foot of the stairs also shouted at one another, all 3 simultaneously,
Right, so let's
about
see.
when morally
Where's that?
reprehensible action was morally required. At least that was what he thought.
Well, that
they
can
were
be
shouting
a
about.
rocket factory too.
All the men and women in the room, none past their mid-20s, were shouting about one thing or another. He and Hordo had been made welcome the night before, after a fashion. There had been but a score of people in the inn then, if it was an inn. That was another thing the Sumerian doubted. The lot of them had stared as if Ariane had brought back 2 Babylonian bears.
An
And
unexploited
among
world.
that lot, with no more weapons than a few belt knives for cutting meat, perhaps they had seemed so.
So I'll put a line there.
While Hordo had gone out back
And then
to
with the
bathhouse,
second one,
wooden
do
tubs
that.
sitting on the dirt in a narrow court, not the marble palaces to
And that
cleanliness
should,
and indolence found elsewhere in the city. The
make all the veins,
crowded around Conan, refilling his cup with cheap wine whenever it was in danger of becoming empty, and prodding him to tell stories. And when Hordo returned, they pressed him too for tales. Long into the night, in the small hours of the morning, Conan and the one-eyed man had vied to top the other's last tale.
Right, so if I do that, that'll satisfy me for anything I need there.
Others musicians,
Dyson
and still others
Sphere,
philosophers, as if hearing of
Factory
another
1.
world. Oftentimes, those who called themselves philosophers made comments more than passing strange, not a one of which Conan had understood. It had taken him a while to realize that none of the others understood them either. Always there was a tick of silence, punctuating each comment, while the rest watched him who made it to see if they were supposed to nod solemnly at the pontification or laugh at the witticism. A time or two, Conan had thought one of them was making fun of him, but he had done nothing. It would not have been proper to kill a man when he was not sure. At the foot of the stairs, he pushed past the philosophers. None of the 3 even noticed his passing and stopped in astonishment.
I don't think this
Every
facility
man
has
saw the
any...
table in the corner of the room, naked. She was slim, but her breasts were pleasantly full, her waist tiny above sweetly rounded hips.
Oh, I actually have something on this
Shoulders.
planet.
The wavy-bladed sword was safely hidden in the tiny room he had been given for the night, and stalked across the room to thrust the garment up to her. Here, girl, you're not the sort for this kind of entertainment. If you need money, I've enough to feed both of us for a long time. For a moment she looked down at him, hands on hips and eyes unreadable, then astounded him by throwing back her head and laughing. His face reddened. He little enjoyed being laughed at. Instantly she dropped to her knees on the table, her face a picture of contrition. The way her breasts bounced within a handspan of his nose made his forehead suddenly grow beads of sweat. I'm sorry, Conan, she said softly, or what passed for softly in the din. That may have been the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. I shouldn't have laughed. If you want to exhibit yourself naked, he replied gruffly, why not go to a tavern where there's a bit of money in it? Do you see those people? She pointed out 3 men and 2 women seated near the table, each with a piece of parchment fastened to a board and a bit of charcoal in the hand, and each glaring impatiently at the girl and him. I pose for them. They don't have the money to hire someone, so I do them a favor. Out in front of everybody, he said incredulously. There isn't much room, Conan, she said, amusement plain in her voice. Besides, everyone here is an artist of one sort or another. They do not even notice. Eyeing her curves, he was willing to wager differently, but all he said was, I suppose you can do what you want. You suppose right. She waved to the people sketching and hopped down from the table, producing any number of interesting jiggles and bounces. He wished she would stop leaping about like that while she had her clothes off. It was all he could do not to throw her over his shoulder and take her back up to his room. Then he noticed a twinkle in her eye and a slight flush on her cheek. She knew the effect she had on him. Deftly, she took the cloak out of his hands and wrapped it chastely around her. At the moment, I would like to have some wine with you. He looked at the cloak, raising an eyebrow questioningly, and she giggled. It's different up there. There I'm posing. Down here I'm just naked. Come, there's a table emptying. She darted away, and he followed, wondering what difference the distance from the table to the floor made, wondering if he would ever understand women. As he slid onto a stool across a small, rough-topped table from her, someone thrust a clay jug of wine and two battered metal cups in front of them, disappearing while Conan was still reaching for his pouch. He shook his head. It was the first tavern I've ever seen where payment was not demanded before a cup was filled. Did not anyone explain last night, she laughed. Perhaps they did. But there was more than a little wine being passed around. Did you really do all you talked about last night? She leaned forward with interest, the top of the cloak gaping to expose the upper slopes of her cleavage. A part of his brain noted that that glimpse was almost as erotic as her fully exposed bosom had been. He wondered if she knew that, and did it on
So I'll
purpose.
take some of those.
Some of them, he answered cautiously.
And then
In truth, he did not remember which stories he and Gordo had told. There had been much more than a little wine. He filled their cups from the clay jug. I thought so, she said in tones of satisfaction. As to the money, you give what you can. Everyone staying here does, though some who only come in the day give nothing. Some of us receive money from our families, and of course we all put that in. They don't approve. The families, that is. But they approve less of having us nearby to embarrass them. Whatever we have left over, we use to distribute bread and salt to the hungry in Hellgate. It's little enough, she sighed, but a starving man appreciates even a crumb. Some of these have families rich enough to give them money, he said, looking around the room.
so now that's
Some
done.
of her cultured accents were loud in his head. My father is a lord, she said defensively. She made it sound a crime, both being a lord and being the daughter of one. Then why do you live here, on the edge of Hellgate, and pose naked on tables? Can you not write poetry in your father's palace? Oh, Conan, she sighed, don't you understand that it's wrong for nobles to have gold and live in palaces while beggars starve in hovels? Mayhap it is, Conan replied. But I still like gold, though I've had little enough of it. As for the poor, were I rich, unless I misdoubt me, I'd fill many a belly with what I spent. What other answer did you expect? A lanky man said, pulling up a stool. His long face wore a perpetual scowl, made deeper by thick eyebrows that grew across the bridge of his nose.
These won't activate until they're
He sipped up
needed.
Ariane's cup and drank half her wine. It is an honest answer, Stefano, Ariane said. Stefano
Oh,
snorted.
let's request belts. At least that's one thing I do make.
The night before, he had named himself a sculptor and been free with his hands with Ariane. She had not seemed to mind then, but now she took back her wine cup angrily. He is a generous man, Stefano, and I think me he'd be generous were he rich. She shifted her direct gaze back to Conan. But can you not see that generosity is not enough? In Hellgate are those who lack the price of bread, while nobles sit safe in their palaces, and fat merchants grow richer by the day. Geryon is no just king. What must be done is clear. Ariane, Stefano said sharply, you tread dangerous ground. School your tongue. What leave have you to speak so to me?
These are made at
Her
least.
voice grew more heated by the word. Whatever is between us, I am none of your property. I have not named you so, he replied, matching heat for heat. I ask but that you let yourself be guided by me. Speak not so to strangers. Ariane tossed her pretty head contemptuously, her big eyes suddenly cold. Art sure there is no part of jealousy in your words, Stefano? No intent to rid yourself of a rival? The sculptor's face flamed red. Stranger he may be, she continued remorselessly, yet he is the kind of man we seek, a warrior. Have I not heard Taurus speak so to you 100 times? We must needs have fighters if... Mitras, mercy, Stefano groaned. Have you mind at all for caution, Ariane? He is a northern barbarian who likely never knew his father and would sell his honor for a silver piece. Guard your tongue. With his left hand, Conan slid his broadsword free of its scabbard, just enough so that the edge of the blade below the hilt rested against the side of the table. "When I was still a boy," he said in a flat voice, "I saw my father die with a blade in his hand. With that blade, I killed the man who slew him. Care you to discuss it further?" Stefano's eyes goggled at the sword. His scowl momentarily vanished. He touched his lips with his tongue. His breath came in pants. "You see, Ariane? You see what kind of man he is?" His stool scraped on the floor as he rose. "Come away with me, Ariane. Leave this man now." She held out her wine cup to Conan. "May I have some more wine?" She did not look at Stefano or acknowledge his presence.
Oh, we got this locally.
And she drank. Stefano looked at her uncertainly, then took a step backward. "Guard your tongue," he hissed, and darted away, almost crashing into another table in his haste. "Will you guard your tongue?" Conan asked quietly. She peered into her wine a time before answering. "From the stories you told, your sword goes where the gold is. Do you choose only by who can pay the most gold?" "No," he told her. "I've ridden away from gold rather than follow unjust orders." Sighing, he added truthfully, "But I do like gold." Clutching his cloak about her, she rose. Mayhap we'll speak of it later. They wait for me to finish posing." "Ariane," he began, but she cut him off. "Stefano thinks he has a claim on me," she said quickly. "He has not." And she left almost as quickly as Stefano had. Conan emptied his cup with a muttered curse, then turned to watch her drop his cloak and climb back to her pose on the table. After a moment, her eyes shifted to him, then away quickly. Again she met his gaze and tore hers away. Her rounded breasts rose and fell as her breathing became agitated. Spots of red appeared on her cheeks, glowing, her face flushing hotter and hotter. Abruptly, she uttered a small cry and leaped down, snatching
No
up the cloak from the floor
fractionators?
without looking again at Conan.
Not a
She pulled her trim
surprise.
garment about her as she ran, darting between the tables, feet flashing up the stairs.
Oh, well, at least there's
Sumerian
that.
smiled complacently as he poured more wine from the clay jug. Perhaps things were not as bad as they seemed. Hordo dropped onto the stool across the table, a frown creasing his eye. "Have you listened to what's said in this place?" he asked quietly. "Was there a guardsman about? There'd be heads on pikes for sedition before many more dawns." Conan looked casually to see if anyone was listening. "Or for rebellion? This lot?" The one-eyed man snorted derisively. "They might as well march to the block and ask to have their heads chopped. Not that the city's not ripe for it, mind. But these have as much chance as a babe sucking a sugar tit. But what if they have money? Gold to hire fighting men." Hordo raised his cup as Conan spoke. Now he choked on the wine. "Where would this lot get gold? If one of them had a patron, you can wager your stones he'd not be living on the rim of Hellgate." "Ariane's father is a lord," Conan said quietly, "and she told me some of the rest come of rich men, too." The one-eyed man chose his words carefully.
Plenty of titanium in there, so I'll leave that for
"You tell
local.
me they actually plan rebellion? Or think they do?" "Stefano and Ariane, between them, as much as told me so." "Then let us be gone from here. They may have some talents, but rebellion is not among them. If they met you last night and tell so much today, what have they told others? Remember, our heads can decorate pikes as easily as theirs." Conan shook his head slowly, although Hordo was right on the face of it. "I like it here," was all he said. "You like a round-bottomed poet," Hordo said heatedly. "You'll die for a woman yet. Remember the blind soothsayer?" "I thought you said he was a fool," the Sumerian laughed. "Drink, Hordo. Rest easy. We'll talk of our free company We've no gold yet that I can see, the other said sourly. I'll find the gold, Conan said with more confidence than he felt. He had no idea whence it might come. Still, it would be well to have his plans in order.
That is coming. Good.
Delay of
Okay.
days could mean the difference between being sought after and all who could afford such companies already having hired. I'll find it. You say we can borrow weapons from the storehouses of the smuggling ring you serve? Are they serviceable? I've seen smuggled mail so eaten with rust it fell apart in a good rain, and blades that snapped at the first blow. Really, Sumerian. These are of good quality and of any sort you want. There are as many kinds of sword bundled in those storehouses as I've ever heard named. Tulwars from Vendia, Shamshirs from the Iranistan, Macheras, and a dozen patterns from the Corinthian city-states. 50 of this sort and 100 of that. Enough to arm 5,000 men. So many? Conan murmured. Why would they keep so much in their storehouses, and in such variety? There's no profit in storing swords. I bring what I'm told from the border to Belverus, and I'm paid for it in gold. I care not if they grow barley in the storehouses, so long as I get a fat purse each trip. Porto tipped the jug over his cup. A few drops fell. Wine! He roared, a blast that brought dead silence to the room. Everyone turned to stare in amazement at the two burly men. A slender girl in the same sort of plain neck-to-ankles cotton robe that Ariane wore approached hesitantly and placed another clay jug on the table.
So now just want smelters.
Fumbled in the purse at his belt and tossed her a silver piece. The rest is for you, little one, Hordo said. The girl stared at the coin, then laughed delightedly and dropped a mockingly deep curtsy before leaving. Conversation slowly resumed among those at the tables. Musicians struck up their various tunes, and the poet orated to the wall. Pretty serving girls, Hordo muttered as he refilled his battered metal cup, but they dress like temple virgins. Conan hid a smile. The one-eyed man had drunk deeply the night before. Well, he would discover soon enough that he did not have to pay for his wine. In the meantime, let him contribute for the both of them. Consider, Hordo, such a motley collection of weapons is just the sort of thing these artists would put together. That again, the other man grumbled. In the first place, whoever runs the ring, I can't see him wanting Darien overthrown. Those fool tariffs might be starving the poor, but they make good profits for smuggling. In the second place, his face darkened, the scar below his patch standing out whitely. In the second place, I've been through one rebellion with you, or have you forgotten riding for the Vendian border half a step in front of the headsman's sword? I remember, Conan said. I've said naught of joining their rebellion. Said naught, but thought much, Hordo growled. You're a romantic fool, Sumerian. Always were, likely always will be. Come on, Stones, man. You'll not mix me in another uprising. Keep your mind fixed on the gold for a free company. I always keep my mind on gold, Conan replied. Mayhap I think on it too much. Hordo groaned, but Conan was saved having to say more by the appearance of the slender girl who had brought the wine jug. Tilting her head to one side, she favored the big Sumerian with a look, half shyness, half invitation, that made the room suddenly too warm. What's your name, girl? Hordo asked. You're a pretty little bit. Get rid of that cotton shift. Deck yourself with a little silk and you could work in any tavern in Belverus. She tossed her head, laughing gaily, silken brown hair rippling about her shoulders. Thank you, kind sir, and for your generous contribution. Hordo frowned in uncomprehension. My name is Karen, she went on, her soft brown eyes shifting to Conan like a light-fingered caress. And by those shoulders you must be the Conan Ariane spoke of. I work in clay, though I hope to have my sculpture cast in bronze someday. Would you pose for me? I can't pay you, but perhaps...
No, that's being made locally, so just
full
demand it from remote.
slightly, and her eyes left no doubt what sort of arrangement she wanted with the muscular barbarian. Conan had barely listened after the mention of posing. An image flashed in his brain of Ariane posing on the table, and he was uncomfortably aware of his face growing hot. Surely she did not mean. She could not want. He swallowed hard and cleared his throat. You mentioned Ariane. Did she send a message?
There's not much copper here, so we'll demand it remotely.
Yes, she did. She's waiting in your room. To tell you something very important, she said. She ended with a slight smirk.
There's also not much coal here, so we'll demand that remotely.
Girl,
There may be a
says
demand for
Mary
those
rose.
items.
What is this posing? I might well do it. Karen slipped into the seat Conan had vacated. All the way across the common room, Conan waited for Hordo's outraged shout. But when he looked back from the foot of the stairs, the one-eyed man was nodding slowly, a delighted grin on his face. Laughing, Conan ran up the stairs. It seemed his friend would receive more than good value for his silver piece. Upstairs, the narrow hall was lined with many doors, most crudely made, for the original chambers had been roughly partitioned into more. When Conan pushed open his own rude plank door, Ariane was standing below the small window high in the wall. His cloak was still wrapped tightly around her, her fists showing at the neck where she held it together. He closed
And there's
the door
also a
behind
place
him and
which
leaned
launches
back against
rockets, isn't there? Here it is.
I pose, she said without preamble. Her eyes glittered with something he could not quite read. I pose for my friends who cannot hire models. I do it often, and never have I felt embarrassment. Never until today. I merely looked at you, he said quietly. You looked at me. She uttered a sound halfway between a laugh and a sob. You looked at me, and I felt like one of those girls at the gored ox, wriggling to a flute for drooling men. Mitra, blast your eyes. How dare you make me feel like that? You are a woman, he said. I looked at you as a man looking at a woman. She closed her eyes and addressed the cracked ceiling. Oh, All-Mother, why must I be stirred by an untutored barbarian who thinks with his sword? A smug smile grew on his face, to be quashed almost immediately by a glare from her large hazel eyes. A man may take as many women as he wishes, she said fiercely. I refuse to have less freedom than a man. If I choose to have but one man at a time to my mat, and have no other till he leaves or I do, that is my affair. Can you accept me as I am? Did your mother never tell you a man likes to do the asking? He laughed. Mitra, blast your heart, she snarled. Why do I waste my time? Muttering to herself, she stalked toward the door, cloak flaring in her haste. Conan reached out one massive arm, curling it around her waist beneath the cloak. She had time for one strangled squawk before he lifted her, the cloak floating to the floor, to crush her soft breasts against the hard expanse of his chest. Will you stay with me, Ariane? He asked, looking into her startled eyes. Before she could speak, he tangled his free hand in her hair and brought her lips to his. Her small fists bruised themselves against his shoulders, her feet kicked futilely at his shins. Slowly, her struggles subsided, and when a satisfied murmur sounded in her throat, he released her hair. Panting, she
A satisfied murmur.
broad chest. Why did you change your mind? She managed after a time. I didn't change it, he replied. She looked up, startled, and he smiled. Before you asked, this time I did the asking. Laughing throatily, she let her head fall back. Oh, All-Mother, she cried. Well,
Official Donald Trump.
Strange creatures called men.
Okay. Well, you know,
He laid her gently
I'll sure bear
neck,
that in mind when I
and
vote
for
in
a
the
long
UK
time
general
thereafter,
elections tomorrow.
Sounds passion-wrought past her lips. 6. The Street of Regrets in the morning hours fit well Conan's mood. The paving stones were littered with the tawdry refuse of the previous night's revelry. Those few people to be seen were stumbling home bleary-eyed and hollow-faced. Conan kicked rubbish from his path as he strode along. and gave growl for growl to the stray dogs that scavenged among the leavings. The 10 nights past had been an idol at the sign of the Festus, wrapped in Ariane's arms, her passions and appetites feeding his own even as they sated them. Stefano brooded much in jealousy and wine, yet the memory of the Cimmerian's anger kept his tongue between his teeth. Porto, drawn by the attractions of the slender Karen, had moved his few belongings from an inn 3 streets away, and of an evening they drank and told each other lies till the charms of Ariane and Karen parted them. Those were the nights. Days were another matter. Conan paused at the sound of running boots behind him, then continued on as Hordo joined him. Ill luck this morrow, too? The one-eyed man asked, eyeing the Cimmerian's face. Conan nodded shortly. When I had defeated all 3 bodyguards now in his service, Lord Heranius offered 3 gold marks for me to take service as their chief, with 2 more every 10 day. Ill luck, Hordo explained. Meat from. That's twice the usual rate for bodyguards. I'm tempted to give up smuggling. At least there'd be no danger of the headsman's block. And I must swear bond oath before the city magistrates not to quit his service without leave for 2 years. Oh. Conan's right fist cracked into the other palm with a sound like a club striking leather. A drunk, stumbling his way home, jumped a foot in the air and fell in a puddle of vomit. Conan did not notice. Everywhere it is the same, he grated. Free companies are single-blade theolite. All demand the bond oath, and some require 3 years if they do not require 5. Before the bond oaths, Hordo mused, some men changed masters every day, getting a silver piece more each time. Look you, why not take service with whoever offers the most gold? This Lord Heranius, by the sound of it. When you're ready to go, if he won't release you, just go. An oath that makes a man a slave is no oath at all. And when I do, I must leave Belverus, perhaps all of Numedia.
Let's have another factory that makes rocket parts.
Broken clay wine jars and
is this... This is the broken one. Yeah, that's it.
At last, he said it. At first it was but talk.
So Ching Chong Ping Pong, we'll move that.
Now it's more. I'll take no service until I ride at the head of my own company. It means so much to you, Hordo said incredulously. He dodged a jar of slops thrown from a 2nd-story window, hurling a curse at the thrower, already gone. It does, Conan said, ignoring the other's mutters about what had splashed on his boots. In the final sum of it all, perhaps a man has no more than himself, not but a strong right hand and a steel in it. And still, to rise,
and it's demanding
like
3 gigawatts, which is insufficient at the
I was
moment.
a thief, yet did I rise to command in the army of Turan, and did well at it. I know not how far I may rise, nor how far the path I follow may take me. Yet do I intend to rise as high and go as far as my wits and a good sword will take me. I will have that free company. When you do, the one-eyed man said dryly, be you certain they swear the bond oath? They turned into the street that led to the sign of Festus. As Conan laughed, 3 men stepped up to spread themselves across the narrow street, broadswords in hand. The sound of boots behind made Conan glance quickly over his shoulder. 2 more armed men stood there, cutting off retreat.
Let's make sure there's some power.
Its worn shagreen scabbard. Hordo's sword flickering free pivoted to face those behind. Stand aside, Conan called to the 3. Find you easier meet elsewhere. Naught was said of a 2nd man, the one to Conan's left muttered, his thin rat-like face twitching. The man to the right, shaven dome gleaming in the morning sun, lifted his sword uneasily. We cannot take one without the other. You will find but your deaths here, Conan said. With his left hand, he unfastened the bronze pin that held his cloak, doubling the fur-lined garment loosely over that arm. The leader, or the tall man in the center with his closely cropped beard, was clearly so, spoke for the first time. Kill them, he said, and his blade thrust for Conan's belly. With panther face, the muscular Sumerian moved aside, his cloak tangling the tall man's blade while his right foot planted itself solidly in the fellow's crotch. In the same move, Conan's sword beat aside a thrust of the shaven head. Gagging, the leader attempted to straighten, but Conan pivoted, his left foot taking the bearded man on the side of the head,
Do I
knocking
have
him
any
under
of
the feet of
those?
onrushing Ratface. Both went down in a heap. The shaven-headed attacker hesitated, goggle-eyed at his companions on the ground, and died for it. Conan's slashing steel half severed his throat. Bright red blood fountained as he went to his knees, then toppled onto his face in the muck of the street. Ratface scrambled to his feet, and he tried a desperate overhead hack. Conan's blade rang against the other, bringing it into a sweeping downward circle, sliding his blade along his opponent's, thrusting it into the villain's chest. A quick kick next to his blade freed the body to collapse alongside the other, and Conan spun to find the leader on his feet, his narrow bearded face suffused with rage. He swung while the big Sumerian was yet turning, staring with surprise as Conan dropped to a squat, buttocks on his heels. Conan's steel sliced a bloody line across his abdomen. The tall man screamed like a woman, dropping his sword as his frantic hands tried vainly to hold his intestines in.
Ugh,
His eyes were
nasty.
blazed with death before he struck the filthy paving stones. Conan looked for Porto, in time to see the one-eyed man's blade decapitate his second attacker. With the head still rolling across the pavement, Porto turned to glare at Conan, blood oozing from a gash on his sword arm and another smaller on his forehead. "I'm too old for this, Sumerian. You always say that." As he spoke, Conan bent to check the pouches of the men he had killed. "It's true, I tell you," Porto insisted. "If these hadn't been such fools as to talk and dither while we set ourselves, they might have chopped us to dog meat. As it was, mine too nearly sliced my calves off. I'm too old, I say." Conan straightened from the bodies with 6 new minted gold marks. He bounced them on his palm. "Fools they may be, but they were sent after one of us. By somebody willing to pay 10 gold marks for a death." He jerked his head at the 2 Hordo had killed. "You'll find each of them as a pair of these 2. Hordo muttered an oath and bent to the remaining bodies, straightening up with 4 fat coins. The one-eyed man closed his fist tightly on them. "Yon Ratface spoke of not expecting 2. Mitra, who'd pay 10 gold marks for either of us?" A gangling boy shambled out of an alley not a dozen paces distant. At the sight of the bodies, his jaw dropped open, and with a scream of pure terror, he dashed away, his wail fading as he sped. "Let us discuss it at the Festus," Conan said, "before we gather an audience. With our luck," Porto muttered, "this will be the one morning in half a year the city guard has patrols out." It was but a short distance down the twisting street to the inn, but obviously no one had heard the fighting. Only Karen gave them a second glance when they walked in. In those morning hours there were few of the artists about, and none of the noise that would reverberate in the evening. "Porto," the slender girl said, "what happened to your arm?" "I fell over a broken wine jar," he replied.
So I need more belts.
She gave him a sharp look, then left, returning in a moment with a pile of clean rags and a jug of wine. Uncorking the wine, she began to pour it over the gash on Hordo's arm. "No!" he shouted, snatching it from her hand. An amused smile corked her mouth. "It hurts not that much, Hordo." "It hurts not at all," he growled, "but this is the proper way to use wine." And he tipped the clay jug up to his mouth, with his free hand fending off her attempts to take it back. When finally he stopped for breath, she jerked it away, pouring the little wine that remained over a cloth and dabbing at his forehead. "Hold still, Hordo," she told him. "I will fetch you more wine later." Across the common room, Conan noticed a face strange to the inn. A handsome young man in a richly embroidered red velvet tunic sat at a table in a corner, talking to Gracchus, a swarthy sculptor who spent considerable time in the company of Stefano. After discovering that someone might want him dead, Conan was feeling suspicious of strangers. He touched
Hopefully I've got
Karen's
4,000 belts there.
arm. "That man," he said, "the one talking to Gracchus. Who is he? He seems well dressed for an artist." "Demetrio, an artist," she snorted. a catamite and a wastrel. They say he's a great wit, but I've never found him so. Betimes he likes to dazzle those among us who can be dazzled by his sort, when he's not rolling in the flesh pots. Think you it's him? Ordo asked. Conan shrugged. Him, or anyone else? By Erebus, Cimmerian, I'm too old for this. What are you two talking about? Karen demanded. No, I'd as lief not know. She rose, pulling Hordo behind her, a fawn leading a bear. That cut on your arm needs ointment. Wine jar, indeed. When I return, Hordo called over his shoulder to Conan, we can begin looking for the men we want. Courtesy of our enemy, eh? Done, Conan called back, rising. And I'll fetch that sword. It should fetch a coin or two.
And all of that done quickly. Excellent.
In his room above stairs, the Cimmerian pried up a loosened floorboard and took out the serpentine blade. Light from the small window ran along the gleaming steel and glinted on the silverwork of the quillons. The feel of taint rose from it like a miasma. As he straightened, he wrapped his cloak, rent from the tall man's sword, about the blade. Even holding it in his bare hand made his stomach turn as the slaying of his first man had not. When Conan returned to the common room, the man
So they're making microcrystalline components. Those making processors, or at least they will when the microcrystalline components get there. And these will make quantum chips when the processors arrive. And they've all got plane filters. Excellent.
Conan started past. A moment, please, the slender man said. I am called Demetrio. I collect swords of ancient pattern, and I could not help but hear that you possess such a one and wish to sell it. I remember nothing of calling it ancient, Conan replied. The man had a viperish quality the Cimmerian liked not, as if he could smile and clasp a hand, yet strike to the heart while doing so. Still, he found himself listening. Perhaps I but imagined you named it ancient, Demetrio said smoothly. If it is not,
Oh,
I
that's
have no
making
interest.
steel.
But when it is, well might I buy. He eyed the cloak-wrapped bundle beneath the Cimmerian's arm. You have it there. Conan reached into the cloak and drew forth the blade. This is the sword, he said, and stopped as Demetrio jumped back, hand to his own sword. The Cimmerian flipped the
Right,
sword
so
over,
all of that,
offering the hilt.
and it's not...
Perhaps
Ugh.
you wish to try its heft? No. The word was a shaky whisper. I can see that I want it. The flesh about Demetrio's mouth was tight and pale. The strange thought came to Conan that the slender man was afraid of the sword, but he dismissed the notion as foolish. He tossed the sword onto a nearby table. His hand felt dirty from holding it, and that was foolish too. Demetrio swallowed, seeming to bite more easily as he looked at the blade where it lay.
Let's get the proliferator in.
Sword, he said, not looking at the Cimmerian. Has it any properties? Any magics? Conan shook his head. None that I know. Such might add to the price he could demand, but any such claims would be easily disproved. What will you give? 3 gold marks, Demetrio said promptly. The big Cimmerian blinked. He had been thinking in terms of silver pieces, but if the sword had some value to this young man, it was time to bargain. For a blade so ancient, he said, many collectors would pay 20. The slender man gave him a searching look. I have not so much with me, he muttered. Shocked, Conan wondered if the blade was that of some long-dead king. Demetrio had made not even a pretense of haggling. His practiced thief's eye priced the amethyst-studded gold bracelet on Demetrio's wrist at 50 gold marks, and a small ruby pin on his tunic at twice that. The man would be good for 20 marks, he thought. I would be willing to wait, Conan began, when Demetrio pulled the bracelet from his wrist and thrust it at him. Will you take that? The fellow asked. I would not risk another buying while I am going to get coin. It is worth more than the 20 marks, I assure you. But add in that cloak, for I would not carry a bare blade in the streets. Cloak and blade are yours, the Cimmerian said, and quickly exchanged the fur-trimmed garment for the bracelet. He felt a surge of
Yeah,
joy
I'm
as
making
his fist closed over the amethyst
all the
studded
bits
gold.
we need.
No need to make do now with the few men 10 gold pieces would hire.
Sorry though, I don't want Trump back in the White House. I think he made a deal with the Star of Refereem and I'll take the West to an unnecessary war. Dunno, don't care. It's beyond my control. What have I of matters of Americans? They want super magnet rings.
I am called Conan. You are right, Conan. This is the sword of an ancient king. In fact, you might
And
say
some is
this
being
the
made.
sword of Prochorus. And he laughed as if he had said the funniest thing he had ever heard. Still laughing, he gathered up the sword and cloak and hurried into the street.
So where are the rocket pieces being made?
7. Albinus paused at the door, the crude fur-trimmed bundle beneath his arm out of place in the tapestry-hung room with its carpet-strewn marble.
The bottleneck is not quantum chips, it is
Solarius
Dyson
had
Sphere
before a tall
components.
mirror, a golden silk robe about
So where
her
Dyson
shoulders,
Sphere
a
components
kneeling
made?
slave woman brushing the honey silk of her hair. Seeing his reflection, Solarius
Dyson
let the robe
frame
drop,
material,
giving him
and
over
their
her generous
bottleneck
breasts
is
and mirror.
nanotubes. Where do nanotubes come from? Let's follow the line upwards and see if we can identify where this comes from.
You have brought me a gift,
And your bottleneck
Has wrapped
is...
strangely, and you have.
No, you're working
She
fine.
examined her face in the mirror and lightly stroked rouge
Also
on her
working
cheeks with a
fine.
brush of fur.
So where do you
This is
fold
not
these
for you.
into
Tis the sword of
nanotubes?
Melius. With a key that hung on a golden chain about his neck, he unlocked a large lacquered chest standing against the wall, turning the key first one way, then the other in a precise
So,
pattern. Were that
you're
pattern
waiting
not
for
followed
titanium.
exactly, he had told Solaria,
Right.
a cunningly contrived system of
And the
tubes
titanium,
air chambers would hurl
some is
darts into
coming,
the face of the opener.
but your bottleneck is titanium
Albinus
ore.
swung back the lid,
And some is
aside
coming.
The tattered cloak, carefully laid the sword in the place he had
Yeah.
prepared for it. The tomes of ancient
hmm.
Acheron, bound in virgin's skin, were there, well layered in silk, and those most vital thaumaturgical implements.
So let's see if
from
I can
cache.
follow this.
His fingers rested briefly
This
on
is
the
where
bundled
the-
scrolls and rolled canvases. Not yet of any magical significance, they still deserved their place in the chest, those sketches and paintings of Garion. In a place of honor, resting on a silken cushion atop a golden stand, was a
Right.
crystal sphere
Can
of
I-
deepest
no.
blue, within which silver flecks danced and glittered. Letting her robe drift to the floor, Solaria came to stand naked beside him. Her tongue touched her lips in small flickers as she stared down at the sword. It was that blade which slew so many? Is it not dangerous? Ought you not to destroy it? It is too useful, he said. Had I but known what I know now, never would I have put it in the hands of that fool Melius. 'Twas those runes on the blade led me at last to its secret.
Any,
Buried in the grimoire.
yep, stuff is available locally, but I'm also going to
only
request
stray
remote
as
as
he
well.
did. In the forging of this weapon, the essences of 6 masters of the sword were trapped within the steel. He let his fingers brush lightly along the blade, sensing the power that had been required for its making. Such power would be his. Power beyond the ken of mortal minds. Power far beyond that of earthly kings. And in that entrapment did madness come. He reached out as if to lift the sword, but stopped with his hand clawed above the hilt.
There we go, carbon
Let the
nanotubes.
same hand grasp this hilt but 3 times to use this blade, and the mind that controls that hand will be ripped away, merging with the madness of those ancient masters of the sword. Escape. Slay and escape. Slay. Slay. Ending on a shout, he looked at Solaria. Her mouth hung
And then
open,
these all
and
go
she stared
here.
at his hand above the sword with open fear in her blue eyes.
To make frame material.
Often have you used the sword? She whispered.
There we go.
And took his
Some
hand
rockets are
away.
being made.
Instead of the sword, he picked up the crystal sphere, holding it delicately in his fingers, almost reverently, though he knew no power under heaven could so much as chip its seemingly fragile surface. "You fear the sword?" he asked softly. His adamantine gaze seemed to pierce to the heart of the cobalt sphere. "Here is that which is to be feared, for by this is summoned and controlled a being. A demon, a god."
Right, so let's get back to Sphere. I want to make the Sphere.
Speak of it in whispers full of awe.
Ah, there's the Sphere.
Its master. Master of more power than all the kings of all the nations of the world. His breath quickened at the thought. Never yet had he dared that summoning, for that act held dangers for he who summoned, dangers that master might find himself slave, a mortal plaything for an immortal monster with eternity to amuse itself. Yet was he not descendant of Bragorus, ancient hero king who had slain the dragon Zutharkan and bound the demon Dargon in the depths of the western sea? Almost unbidden, the words of summoning began to roll from his lips. Omni Deus Kaam, et Varbi Laan, Ophia Christi. As the words came, the sky darkened above the city as though the sun had dimmed to twilight. Lightning cracked and forked across a cloudless sky, and rumbling, the earth began to shake.
More of these are activated, but
looked around him in sudden panic at walls.
quite a few of these.
Like in the breeze. It was too soon for this. It was madness to have tried. Yet he had not finished the incantation. There was a chance. Hastily he returned the sphere, glowing now to its cushion within the lacquered chest. With great care he blanked his mind. There must be not even the merest thought of summoning. No thought at all. No thought.
Ah, there we go.
So
I've now forced retarget for all of those not
the lightnings faded and were gone. Light broke forth
There we
over
go.
the city as
Pew,
it had a
pew.
new sunrise.
That's how to do it. You use the force retarget button.
Did she say
Oh,
one
thank
word?
God for small
But one word,
mercies.
The spectacle of fool he had made himself. He would
Now,
gut her and strangle her
rockets.
with her own entrails. But one word. He turned to face her with a face dark as that beneath
Nope.
an executioner's hood.
Ah, you don't have.
Solarian stared at
Why
him,
don't you
eyes
have
filled with
those?
pure lust. Such power, she whispered. You are a man of such power. Almost I fear me it might blind me to look on you. Her breath came in pants. Is it thus you will destroy Garion? His spirit soared, and his pride.
Come on, more space warpers. There we
He
go.
sneered. I will create a man, give him life with my two hands. So will I bring the usurper to his doom. You are so
Let's have a
powerful
look.
as that, she gasped. He waved it away. A mere trifle. Already have I done so. And this time the errors of the last will not be repeated.
And then you.
Abruptly, he tangled his hand in her hair, forced her to the floor.
Well, one of
pushed
these
her where
guys
she
has
would
got
have
to
gone
request
willingly
them.
and more than willingly. Nothing stands in my way, he said as he lowered himself atop her. She cried out, and he heard in it the cries of the people acclaiming their
Yeah, we'll get some warpers here now, finally.
Savannah raised herself from
I'll stay here for a bit to admire it, then I'll build a ray receiver in another place. But look at that.
Swayed with the motion. The man,
There we go.
a lean young captain of the Golden Leopards, lifted himself unsteadily on one elbow.
Already it's producing 16.4 gigawatts.
Are you a witch, Savannah? Each
Nice.
time I think that I will die from the pleasure. Each time I think that I've had all the ecstasy there is in the world. And each time you give me more than I could dream of.
So iron is the thing being used the most of.
And yet, Beatus, I think you tire of me. Never, he said fervently. You must believe me.
Titanium,
you are
yeah.
Dirkito come to Earth. But you refuse me such a small favor. duty. A small favor, she said again, walking slowly back to the bed. His eyes followed her hungrily. She was no slender girl, but a woman of curves. A Calamastian and Calipigian marble.
Just waiting for the space warpers to arrive now.
He reached for her, but she stepped back.
I mean, it might be 20 FPS, but we've got a lot of stuff going on.
Said softly, a passage left unguarded. Would you deny your king a surprise?
Oh, is that the space warpers coming in?
Enjoy? The young captain breathed heavily, and his eyes closed. I, at least, must be there, he said at last. Of course, she said swiftly, and moved to kneel astride him. Of course, Betis,
No,
my love.
it's just solar cells coming.
Her smile was Vulcan.
Big demand for solar cells.
Feral. Let Albinus make his long, drawn-out plans. She would strike while he still planned. It was a pity that Betis had to die along with Geryon. But that was in the future. Sighing contentedly, she gave herself over to pleasure. 8.
And that will be using up all the solar cells we've got.
Were each the size of a man's torso.
But we've made a swarm.
The man set the last of them in place and swung into the saddle to gallop the 150 paces back to the men he and Hordo had gathered in the 5 days past.
And there's the space warpers in now.
The one-eyed man were with him, but Hordo was yet keeping his contacts with the smugglers.
There we go, got warpers in all of these now.
From a storehouse before the king's
Yep,
customs
warpers
made
in
a
there.
supposed surprise inspection.
And we just...
They could never tell, Hordo maintained, when those contacts might prove useful. The Sumerian reined in his big Aquilonian black
just
before
like
the
that.
2 score mounted men, holding up a short, heavy bow before the men. This is a horse bow. The bows had been a lucky find, for mounted archery was an art unknown in the West, and Conan counted on this skill to add to his free company's appeal to patrons. The bows had been lying unstrung in the smuggler's storehouse, thought too short and of too heavy a draw to be wanted. Each of the 40 now wore other acquisitions from the storehouse. Metal jazzerate hauberks over padded tunics and spiked helms. A round shield hung at each saddle, and a good Turanian scimitar bearing the proof mark
All
of the
that's
royal
there is just
family
this
of
one,
Hagrid swung at each hip.
that one thing there.
Their armor was unfamiliar enough to Numedia to give them a
And it's
foreign
unfortunately
flavor.
right on the equator.
That foreigners knew
So let's
strange
deal with it.
tricks of fighting. With the horse bows, they might believe correctly, as he and Hordo had chosen only men already possessing a horse.
So
They
now,
had gold
Dyson
points
Sphere.
for signing bonuses, not for
Where's the
buying
ray
horses.
receiver?
So have they chosen men who knew something of archery?
Rate and sell,
But none
no.
knew mounted archery. That was why Conan
I want
brought them
a
to the
ray
clearing
receiver.
outside of Belhorst. You're all accustomed to using a bow ring on your thumb, he went on, but when you fight mounted, you must be able to shift from bow to sword to lance and back quickly. A bow ring encumbers the grip. How do you draw the thing at all? Asked a grizzled man with a livid scar across his broad nose. He held the short bow out at arm's length and attempted to draw it. The cord moved no more than a handspan, producing laughter from some of the others. The grizzled man's name was Macaon. Though he did not recognize Conan, the Sumerian knew him for the sergeant who had commanded the city guards in killing Lord
No,
Melius.
we want more than that.
Use a 3-fingered grip on the cord, Conan said once the laughter had died, and draw thusly. The muscular Sumerian notched an arrow, and placing the bowstring to his cheek, pushed the short, powerful bow out to draw it. As he did so, he pressed with his knees, bringing the war-trained black around. The straw butts seemed to swing before his eyes. He loosed. With a solid thud, the shaft struck square in the center of the middle butt.
Not enough of what I
A
need.
murmur went up from the men. Thus is it done, Conan said.
We got our first rocket
It's more
launch.
than passing strange, a tall, hollow-cheeked man muttered. This
There we go,
is
there's some
horseback.
rockets.
His black eyes were sunken.
It's not much for now, but it will improve in
Those
time.
among the company who knew him said he had no sickness but a doleful spirit. If it is a thing of use, why do we not see it among the armies of Numedia or Aquilonia or any other civilized land? Conan was saved, answering by Macaon. Open your mind, Norris, the grizzled man said, and for once let not your mournful mood color what you see. Think you we can appear, strike, and be gone while foot archers rush to plant their sharpened stakes against the charge they expect, while pikemen and ordinary infantry yet prepare to close ranks against the mounted attacks they know. Enemy cavalry will be but lowering their lances to countercharge when our arrows strike to their hearts.
I don't have a place making graviton lenses.
We will give our enemies.
Well, I am a part of Green Science, but not specifically.
A ripple of laughter and obscene comment greeted his attempt. McKayan has seen the right of it, Conan announced. I name him now as sergeant of this free company. A surprised and thoughtful look appeared on McKayan's scar-nosed face, and a murmur of approval rose from the rest. Even Norris seemed to think it a good choice, in his mournful way. Now, Conan continued, let each man take a turn at the butts. First with the horse unmoving. For 3 full turns of the glass, the Cimmerian kept them at it, progressing to shooting with their mounts at a walk, thence to firing at the gallop. Every man knew horsemanship and the bow, if not together, and they made good advance. By that time's end, they did not use their horse bows so well as Turanian-like cavalry, yet was their skill enough to surprise and shock any of these western lands. McKayan, to no one's surprise, and Norris, to everyone's, were the best after Conan. After that time, the Cimmerian led them back into Belvoris, to one of the stables that lined the city's wall, where he had arranged for their horses to be tended. After each man had given his mount into the care of a stable slave, he left to go his own way until the morrow, when Conan had commanded them to meet again at the stable, for such was the custom of free companies when not in service. It was about that last that McKayan spoke as Conan was leaving.
Right, somewhere to make...
moment, Captain, the grizzled man said, catching Conan at the heavy wooden doors of the stable. McKayan had been handsome as a youth, but aside from the scar that cut across his broad nose, his face was a map of his campaigns. On his left cheek was a small tattoo of a 6-pointed star from Cope. 3 thin gold rings from Argos dangled from the lobe of his right ear, and his hair was cut short in front and long in back, after the style of the Ophirian border. It would be well, Captain, if you were to put the company into service soon. Though it's been but a few days since we swore the bond oath, yet have I heard some complain openly that we earn no gold, and speak of the ease of taking a second bond oath using another name before another magistrate. Let them know that we'll take service soon, Conan replied, though he wondered himself why he had approached none of the merchants who might wish to hire a free company. I see that I made a good choice for sergeant, McKayan hesitated, then asked quietly, know you who I am? I know who you are, but I care not who you were. Conan met the man's dark-eyed gaze until McKayan finally nodded. I'll see to the men, Captain. From the stable, Conan made his way to the sign of Festus, through streets that seemed to have twice as many beggars and 3 times as many toughs as a 10-day passed. No plump merchant or stern-faced noble now made his way in even the high streets without a hard-eyed escort, and no slave-born curtained litter, whether it contained a noble's sleek daughter or the hot-eyed courtesan who served him, traveled shorn of its bevy of armed and armored guardians. The city guard were nowhere to be seen. The Festus, when Conan entered, was filling, as it always did of a midday, with youthful artists in search of a free meal from the inn's stew pot. Their arguments and musical instruments blended into a cacophony that the Cimmerian had learned to ignore. He grabbed Karen's arm as she rushed past, a clay wine jug in each hand. Has Hordo returned? He asked. She set one of the jugs down hard enough to crack it, ignoring the wine spreading across the tabletop and the yelps of those seated there. He sent a message by a boy, she said coldly. You are to meet him at the sign of the full moon on the Street of Regrets, a glass past the sun's zenith. Why there? Did he say why he does not come here? Carol's eyes narrowed to slits, and she spoke through clenched teeth. There was some mention of a dancer with breasts. Enough. If you would learn more, learn it from that miserable one-eyed goat. The Cimmerian suppressed a smile until she had flounced away. He hoped this dancer was all that Hordo thought. for the one-eyed man was surely going to pay for his pleasures when he again came in reach of Karen. He was trying to decide if he had time for a bowl of stew. It was assuredly better than that served on the Street of Regrets, before leaving to meet Horto when Ariane approached and put a small hand on his arm. He smiled, suddenly thinking of a better use for his time than a bowl of stew. "Come up to my room," he said, slipping an arm around her. He pulled her close and tried out his best leer. "We could discuss poetry." She tried to suppress a giggle and almost succeeded. "If by poetry you mean what I think you mean, you want to do more than talk about it." The smile faded, and her eyes searched his face. "There's something more important to speak of now, but I must have your oath never to repeat a word of what is said to you. You must swear." "I do swear," he said slowly. Abruptly, he knew why he had not hired his free company out. Without a doubt, a company in service to merchant or noble would be expected to support the throne in a rebellion. But he wanted no part of crushing Ariane and her friends, most especially not Ariane. "I've wondered," he went on, "when you would speak to me of this revolt of yours." Ariane gasped.
So that's as much as those as I'm going to get.
Quickly, she put her fingers on his lips to prevent him speaking. "Come with me." He followed her through the tables into the back of the inn. There, in a small room, Stefano slouched scowling against the flaking wall, and Gracchus, the stocky sculptor, straddled a bench, grinning. Lucas, a thin man with a big nose who called himself a philosopher, sat cross-legged on the floor, chewing his lower lip. "He knows," Ariane said as she closed the door, and they all jumped. Conan casually put his hand to his sword hilt.
Right, let's get some ray receivers.
Stefano yelped. "I told you he was dangerous. I told you we should have nothing to do with him. This is not our part of it." "Keep your voice down," Ariane said firmly. "Do you want to tell everyone in the inn?" He subsided sulkily, and she went on, addressing the others too. "It's true that recruiting men like Conan was not part of what we were supposed to do, but I've heard each one of you complain that you wanted to take a more direct part. At least you can write poetry taunting Garion," Gracchus muttered. "All I can do is copy what you write and scatter it in the streets. I can't do a sculpture to rouse the people." "King Garion sits on the dragon throne," Conan said suddenly. They all stared at him. "King Garion sits to his feast alone."
Oh, and both coincide with one another.
"The Gallia's work," she said dryly. "I write much better than that." "This is all beside the point," Stefano shrilled. "We all know why you trust him, Ariane." He met Conan's icy blue stare and swallowed hard. "I think what we do is dangerous. We should leave hiring this sort of man to Taurus. He knows them, we don't."
Let me know if there's any echo from the microphone.
"Yes, you too, Stefano, that we should take a part in finding fighting men, whatever Taurus says. With Conan, we get not one, but 40. "If they'll follow him," Gracchus said. "They will follow me wherever there is gold," Conan replied. Gracchus looked a little unsettled.
This is just power generation, it's not...
"Gold.
Oh...
Fools," Ariane taunted.
Right, okay.
Have we talked of those who claimed that revolution should be kept pure, that only those who fought for the right reasons should be allowed to take part? How many of them went to the impaling stake for their purity? "Our cause is just," Stefano grated. "We taint it with gold." Ariane shook her head wearily. "Time and again we have argued this.
Let's have a look for ray receivers.
Stefano. How think you Taurus gathers fighting men? With gold, Stefano, gold. "And from the start did I oppose it," the lanky sculptor replied. "The people would follow us and rise," she cut him off. "They would follow us, and none of us knowing aught of weapons or war."
Do not upgrade or downgrade the belts or sorters.
"Our ideals,"
Right.
he muttered, "are not enough." She glared at each of her fellow conspirators in turn, and they shifted uneasily beneath her gaze. Of them all, Conan realized the strongest will was housed within her sweet curves. "What I want," Gracchus announced, "is a chance to hold a sword in my hand. Conan, can I ride with you on the day?" I have not said I would join you, Conan replied slowly. Ariane gasped, clutching her hands beneath her rounded breasts, her face a picture of dismay.
I called it critical photon.
Briggs sat open-mouthed. I told you he was not to be trusted, Stefano muttered. My men will
So,
follow
where
me,
is it
Sumerian
then?
went on, but not if I lead them only to the headsman's block or the impaling stake. I cannot join you without some idea of your chances of success. And to know that, I must know your plans. He could betray us, Stefano said quickly. Be quiet, Stefano, Ariane said, but she studied the Sumerian's face without speaking further. I am not civilized enough, Conan told her softly, to betray my friends. She nodded shakily. Stefano tried to cut her off, but she ignored him. Taurus hires warriors. He says that we need at least 1,000, but he will soon have that many. Our strength, though, is the people. Their anger is so great now, and their hunger, that they would pull Geryon down with their bare hands, could they? Some know they will receive weapons, others will follow. We have weapons for 10,000, weapons smuggled across the border. Some, no doubt, by your friend, Hordo. 10,000, Conan said, remembering Hordo's estimate of 5. 10. Great.
Let's try the new one.
Tara showed me a storehouse full. Let him count them too, Conan thought dryly. It takes a great deal of gold to arm 10,000, even poorly, and more to hire 1,000 already armed. You provided this gold? Some part of it, yes, Ariane said defensively. But as you know, we earn no great amounts, and most of what we have from our other sources goes to this inn. There are some, Stefano said loftily, who despite their wealth believe that we are right, and Geryon will destroy Nemedia. They furnish Taurus with what is needed to acquire arms and men. Who are they, Conan asked. Will they support you openly, with their names behind you once you take to the streets? Of course, Stefano said, but almost immediately his loftiness fell into uncertainty. That is, I suppose they will. You see, they prefer to remain anonymous. He laughed shakily. Why, not even any of us here has ever seen them. Their money goes directly to Taurus. What Stefano means, Ariane said, as the sculptor sank into silence, is that they're affrighted we will fail, and fear to find themselves upon the headsman's block. 'Tis my way they think to manipulate us, and the revolution, to increase their own wealth and position. But if they do, they forget that we command the people, and 1,000 armed men. 1,000 armed men who had taken gold from these mysterious benefactors, Conan thought wearily. But what is your plan? Not just to rush into the streets, handing swords out to the people. Briggs smiled broadly. We are not such fools as you might think us, Conan. Those of us who distribute the bread in Hellgate have found men who can be trusted. Marked out those who will follow when the word is given. These will receive the weapons. We will lead them to surround the royal palace, while Taurus takes the 1,000 to seize the city gates and lay siege to the city guard in their barracks. What of the free companies and the bodyguards, Conan asked. There must be 3,000 such in the city, and those who have paid them will most certainly support the king. Yes, Ariane said, but each will also keep his bodyguard close about him till he sees what happens. We can ignore them. If necessary, they can be rooted out later, one by one. A free company of 100 may be overrun by 1,000 from the gutter to whom death is no more than an escape from hunger. She looked ready to lead such an assault herself. Small head erect, shoulders back, thrusting her breasts to strain the fabric of her shift, eyes alight with hazel fire. Conan knew her words were true. Men who welcomed death were fearsome opponents in the assault, though more easily dealt with in the long campaign. Whatever the outcome of this meeting, he must keep his company ready to move at all times with no more than an instant's warning. What he said, though, was, what of the army? It was Gratus again who answered. The closest troops are 1,000 at Heranium and 2 at Geraculum. They would take 5 days to reach Felbrus once they have been commanded to march, but will be too few to do anything to effect while we hold the city gates. As to the forces on the Aquilonian border, they will still have to decide decide to abandon the border, worrying all the while of what Aquilonia will do. 10 days march from the border for a sizable force, Conan said thoughtfully. 2 days hard riding for a message to get there. So you can count on 12 days before you must face...
Oh, hello, Alphabet Cat.
And soldiers in numbers to assault...
So I just thought for some reason you were official Donald Trump. I'm not sure why. I'm not too enthusiastic about it one way or another, because the continuity of government seems to be winning its way through, regardless of what happens.
Then the downtrodden of the city will have risen to join us. 100,000 men will line the walls of the city, shoulder to shoulder. We will have called on Garion to abdicate. Abdicate, Conan shouted. The others started staring at the walls as if they could see them listening. He went on in a lower tone.
No, don't need that.
Raise a rebellion, then call on Garion to abdicate. It's madness. The Golden Leopards could hold the royal palace for half a year of siege, perhaps more. You have 12 days. 'Tis none of my idea, Ariane said disgustedly.
And the first critical photons are being made.
Over the palace in the first hour. And slaughter everyone there, Stefano said. Then we are no better than Garion. Our beliefs and ideals, so much rhetoric. I do not remember, Gracchus said slowly, who it was first suggested we demand that Garion abdicate. On first thought, perhaps it seems best to do as Ariane wishes. Attack the palace while the Golden Leopards yet believe it is no more than another disturbance in the streets. But we cannot totally abandon the very ideals for which we fight. Besides, he finished with a smile, as if he had found the solution, it is well known that the hill on which the royal palace sits is riddled with 100 passages, any one of which will take us inside its defenses. Everyone may know of these passages, Ariane said, her voice dripping acid. But do you know where to find one of them? Just one? We could dig, the stocky man suggested weakly. Ariane snorted, and he subsided. Conan shook his head. Garion will not abdicate. No king would. You will but waste time you do not have to waste. If he will not abdicate, Stefano said, then the people will storm the royal palace and tear him to pieces with their bare hands for his crimes against them. The people, Conan said, staring at the dark-browed man as if he had never seen his like before. You talk of preventing a slaughter that will tarnish your ideals. What of the thousands who will die taking the palace, if they can? We compromised our ideals by hiring swordsmen for gold, Stefano maintained stubbornly. We cannot compromise them further. All who die will be martyrs to a just and glorious cause. When is this glorious day? Conan asked sarcastically. As soon as Taurus has gathered his 1,000 men, Gracchus replied. In effect, then this Taurus gives the word for your uprising. Gracchus nodded slowly, a suddenly doubtful look on his face, and Conan went on.
Flight mode.
Then I must speak to
So,
Taurus
16,000
Ariane's eyes grew wide.
bits of conveyor belt.
You mean that you still may turn aside from us after we have opened ourselves to you? We have told him all, Stefano cried, his voice growing more shrill by the word. He can betray everything. We have given ourselves to this barbarian. His face suddenly hard. Conan gripped his sword with both hands, pulling it up so that the hilt was before his face. Stefano stumbled back with a shriek like a woman, and Gracchus scrambled his feet. Ariane's face was pale, but she did not move. By this steel, Conan said, and by Crom, Lord of the Mound, I swear that I will never betray you. His icy blue eyes found Ariane's and held them. I will die first. Ariane stepped forward, her face full of wonder, and placed a hesitant hand on the Cimmerian's cheek. You are like no other man
A
I have
seed
ever
is
known.
approaching your system.
She
Oh, no,
said.
that no good.
Her voice firmed. I believe him. We will arrange a meeting for him with Taurus. Agreed, Stefano? Gracchus? The two sculptors nodded jerkily. Lucas? Lucas? What? The skinny philosopher started as if he had been asleep. Whatever you say, Ariane. I agree with you wholeheartedly. His eye lit on Conan's bared blade, and his head jerked back to thump against the wall. He remained like that, staring at the steel with horrified eyes. Philosophers, Ariane murmured laughingly. I must go, Conan said, returning his sword to its scabbard. I must meet Hordo. I will see you tonight, then, Ariane said. Stefano suddenly looked as if his stomach pained him. And, Conan, she added as he turned for the door, I trust you with my life.
Let go.
With her life, the Sumerian thought as he left the inn. Yet was she involved to the heart in the conspiracy and uprising? It could succeed. If Taurus had in fact the
112 ray receivers as well.
If the people rose and followed, and did not flee when faced with the interlocked shields and steady tread of infantry, the armored charge of heavy cavalry, and the roof-rending crash of monstrous siege engines, if the rebels, in their pride, could be convinced to let their ideals wait on victory and seize the palace while the golden leopards yet stood unaware. Too many ifs. Her life was bound with a doomed cause. Yet in the pride of his youth, Conan swore another oath. This to himself. While holding to his oath not to betray, he would save her life despite her. 9.
And now I need graviton lenses.
Midday, the Street of Regrets had begun its revelry, though slowly, yet building for the climax of night. 100 jugglers tossed balls, batons, rings, knives, and flaming wands, where 1,000 soon would. 100 strumpets, rouged, perfumed, and bangled, lightly draped with brightly colored silks, postured where 2,000 would strut at dark. Through them strolled scores of richly tunicked nobles and merchants, each convoyed by his sword-bearing man or pair, vanguard for the multitudes to follow.
You know,
Litters in dozens.
I don't know if this is just the cynicism of old age, but... And then when I get to be proper old, I'll be like, oh, you look back at your late 30s as a time of old age. Well, it is for some people. I can't help but feel that all revolutions are caused by the warring upper classes when they have disputes over things. There is never a people's revolution. It never happens. People get used as cannon fodder in the revolutions, but the ones fomenting them, they will always be comfortable. But their ideology is different from they don't like the status quo for whatever reason. And sometimes the reasons are legitimate. Sometimes the status quo is just a bit too stifling. But it's never really for the benefit of the common man. Has it ever been? Carry on playing.
Borne by well-muscled slaves, bounded by armored guards, carried sleek, hot-breathed women seeking in advance of their sisters the vices offered by the desperate. And among them all, the beggars wheedled in their rags. Conan, making his way down the street, indifferent to its sights and sounds, found himself laughing when at last he spied the sign of the full moon. On a slab of wood hanging above the entrance was painted a naked woman, kneeling and bent, her back to the viewer, and her buttocks glowing as if reflecting the sun. This spoke of the raucous delights that Hordo would choose. Suddenly, one of the litters caught his eye, scarlet curtained, its black poles and framing worked with gold. Of a certainty, it was the litter he had seen his first day in Belverus, the litter of the veiled woman who had looked at him so strangely. The scarlet curtain twitched aside, and once again he was looking into the eyes of the woman veiled in gray. Over that distance he could discern not even so much as their color, yet those tilted eyes were familiar to him. Hauntingly so, if he could but bring back the memory. He shook his head. Memory and imagination played tricks. 100 women he had known and 1,000 he had had not could have eyes exactly alike. He turned to enter the full moon. From behind, sweeping over the murmur of the street, came a sound. A woman's laugh, half sob. He spun,
68.
a chill running up
1,
his
2,
spine.
3, 4.
That laugh had seemed so familiar that he was almost sure if he opened his mouth, a name would emerge to match it. But no woman was there, save the whores. The litter was swallowed up in the throng. The Sumerian eased sword and belt dagger in their sheaths, as if that easing would ease his mind.
Antimatter.
He was too much on edge for worry of Ariane.
You've produced antimatter.
It would do good to lose himself for a time with
Yep.
Gordo in drink and
There it
opium
is.
of this fabulous dancer. He plunged into the full moon. The common room of the full moon smelled of sour wine and stale perfume. The rough wooden tables were not more than a third filled at this hour, with men who hunched over their drinks, nursing their wine and their own dark fears together. 7 women danced to 2 shrill flutes and a zither, each carrying a strip of transparent red silk used now to cover the face, now to conceal bare breasts. From thin gilded girdles worn low on rounded hips depended curved brass plates that covered the juncture of their thighs, each plate marked with the price for which she who wore it could be enjoyed in the rooms above. Though all the dancers were nicely curved, Conan saw none he believed would have excited Gordo's imagination the way the message indicated. Perhaps they had other dancers, he thought, who would appear later. As he took a table close to the narrow platform where the dancers writhed, a plump serving wench appeared at his elbow, a single twist of muslin about her hips. "Wine," he said, and she darted away. As he settled to enjoying the women on the stage, he became aware of someone staring at him. Hesitantly, the thin philosopher Lucas approached his table. May I talk with you, Conan?" The thin man looked about him nervously as he spoke, as though afraid of being overheard. The only other men not concentrating on their wine were 3 dark-skinned Kothians, their hair braided into metal rings and Carpathian daggers strapped to their forearms. They appeared to be arguing as to whether the dancers were worth the prices they bore. Still, Lucas half fell onto the stool across from Conan, leaning across the table and pitching his voice in an urgent whisper, as if he expected someone to stop him violently at any second.
159
Conan,
of
I
particles.
your sword. When I saw it, I knew. You're the one. You are the kind of man who can do this sort of thing. I am not. I'm just not a man of action. Sweat poured down his narrow face, though the tavern was shadowed and cool. You do understand, don't you? Not a word, Conan said. Lucas squeezed his eyes shut, muttering under his breath, and when he opened them, he seemed to have gotten a grip on himself. You agree that Geryon must be removed, do you not? That's what you're planning, Conan replied, non-committally. But Lucas's voice
So
rose
iron is still the
alarmingly.
biggest draw at the moment, more than anything else.
To be changed now. We can wait no longer.
Let's have a look in the past hour, though.
The sun darkening, the ground trembling.
Yep.
The gods had
Iron,
turned their
copper,
faces from the
silicon,
That was a sign.
bit of
A
stone.
warning that
Surprising
we must
amount of stone,
remove Geryon
really.
before they remove him, and with him
Ah.
all of Belverus.
I may
God,
have
Crom, Dark Lord of the Mound,
a need
gave
of
a
more
man
coal in the
life and
future.
will
We'll
and
see.
nothing more. Conan had seen little evidence that other gods did any more. As for the darkened sky and the trembling ground, it was his opinion that someone in Belverus worked at sorcery, despite Geryon's prohibitions. He had no love of such, but for once he was not involved, and he intended to remain that way. All he said was, "You think your plans should be advanced, then? But why speak to me of it? No, you don't understand. Not those plans. Something different, more immediate." The thin man's face had a sheen now from the sweat that covered it, and his voice shook, though he kept it low. "We are to be introduced into the palace, you see, with knives. Arian must die immediately. But I cannot. I am not that sort of man. You are a man of violence. Take my place. I'm no assassin, Conan growled. Lucas yelped, eyes darting frantically. Keep your voice down. He almost sobbed. You don't understand. You have to. I understand what you ask, Conan said coldly. Ask again and I'll give you my fist in your teeth. A sudden thought struck him. Does Ariane know of this? You must not tell her. You must not tell anyone. I should never have spoken to you. Abruptly, Lucas stumbled to his feet. Backing away from the table, he made vague and futile gestures. Consider it, Conan. Will you do that? Just consider it. The Sumerian made as if to rise, and with a yelp the philosopher scrambled away, almost diving into the street. Conan's mouth twisted angrily. How dare the man consider him so? An assassin? A murderer? He had killed, surely, and likely would again. But because he had to, not because he had been paid to. But more important than his feelings was Ariane. Conan could see no way for a man like Lucas, smelling of fierce sweat, to enter the royal palace without being taken. And once given a whiff of hot irons and pincers, the philosopher would babble every name he knew back to his mother. The Sumerian could escape if worst came to worst. But Ariane would be a fawn in a snare. Would Hordo appear, he decided they would find Ariane and he would warn her about Lucas. Thinking of Hordo reminded him of his wine. Where could that serving girl be? Nowhere in sight, that was certain. In the entire tavern, no one was moving except the dancers and the three Kothians, apparently ambling closer for a better inspection of the wares. Conan started to rise to go in search of the girl, and as he did, one of the Kothians suddenly shouted at him, I told you she is my woman.
I'm going to have another facility for making foundations.
They crossed their wrists and drew their forearm daggers. The flutes ceased their play, and the dancers ran screaming as the Kothians plunged at the muscular Sumerian, a blade in each fist. One-handed, Conan heaved his table over to crash before them. Fools! He shouted as he sprang to his feet. You have the wrong man! Two of the Kothians danced aside, but one fell, rolling to his knees before Conan, daggers stabbing. Conan sucked in his belly, and the blades skittered off his jazzerate hauberk, one to either side. Before the attacker could move, Conan's knee had smashed into his bony chin, splintering teeth in a spray of blood. Even as the man's blades fell from nerveless hands, and he followed them unconscious to the filthy floor, Conan's own steel was in his grasp, broadsword and belt dagger held low at the ready. You have the wrong man, he said again. The remaining two split, gliding in the feline crouch of experienced knife fighters. Noise picked up at the tables as men took wagers on the outcome. I've never seen you before, nor your woman. The two men continued to move, flanking the Sumerian, blades held low for the thrust that would slip under the overlapping metal plates of his hauberk. You are he, one said, and when Conan's eyes flickered to him, the other attacked. The Sumerian had been expecting it, though. Even as his eyes shifted, so had his sword slashed.
Oh, antimatter constrainment spheres. Yeah, I need those as well.
Fountain of blood where his right hand had been. Desperately clutching the stump of his wrist, the man staggered back, sinking to the floor with the front of his tunic staining deeper red with every spurt. Conan spun back to face the third man, but that one was of no mind to continue the business. Dismay writ large on his dark face. He stared at his two fellows on the floor, one senseless and one bleeding to death. The big Sumerian pointed at him with his sword. Now, you will tell me. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was filled with city guardsmen, a dozen of them crowding through with swords in hand. The first one pointed at Conan. There he is, he shouted. In a mass, the guardsmen surged forward, plowing through onlookers and toppling tables in their haste. Crom, Conan muttered. They looked to have no mind for asking who had begun the fighting or why. Springing onto the narrow stage, he dashed for the door the dancers had used. It was latched. Take him! A guardsman howled. Cut him down! Bursting through the tavern's patrons, most of whom would gladly have gotten out of the way had they been given a chance, the guardsmen rushed for the stage. stepped back and hurled himself against the rough wooden door, smashing through in a shower of splinters. Dancers, shrieking now again, huddled in the narrow passage, at the end of which he saw a doorway letting onto the outside. Hurriedly, he forced his way through the scantily clad dancers. At the doorway, he paused, then turned, waving his sword overhead, and roared, making the most horrible face he could. Screaming with renewed energy, the dancers stampeded back onto the stage. Shouts of consternation rose as the guardsmen found themselves caught in a deluge of hysterical female flesh. That should hold them, Conan thought. Sheathing his steel, he
So
hurried
now,
into an
let's
alley
go
behind the
back
tavern.
here
A
for...
little wider than his shoulders and twisting like a snake. It smelled of old vomit and human excrement. He chose a direction and started off through the buzzing flies. Before he reached the first turning, a shout rose behind him. There he goes! A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the guardsmen were pouring into the alley. The gods must have tainted his luck, he thought, to send him the only guardsman in Belverus with a mind for duty. Perhaps they did not like women. Shouting and slipping in the filth, the black-cloaked squad rushed after him. Conan set out at a run, keeping his balance as best he could, half falling against the walls at every twisting of the alley, his massive shoulders knocking more stucco from the flaking, mildewed buildings. Another alley serpentined across the one he followed. He dodged down it. Still another passage appeared, winding, cramped between dark walls, and he turned into that. Behind, the curses of his pursuit followed. As he ran, he realized that he was in a warren, a maze of ancient passages in an area surrounded by more normal roadways. The buildings seemed ready to topple and fill those passages
43
with rubble,
more
for though they had begun
splitters.
long years past with but single stories, as years and needs demanded more room that could not be got by building outward, extra rooms had been constructed atop the roofs, and more atop those, till they resembled nothing so much as haphazard stacks of stuccoed and gray-tiled boxes. In such a region, running like a fox before hounds, it would be a matter of luck if he found his way to the outside before his pursuers seized him. And it seemed his luck was sour that day. But there was another option, for one who had been among the icy crags and cliffs of Samaria. With a mighty leap, he caught the edge of a roof and swung himself up to lie flat on the slate tiles. The curses and shouts of the guardsmen came closer, were below him, were moving off. "He's up there!" a man shouted below. "I see his foot!" Gurlick's bowels and bladder, Conan muttered. His luck was not sour. Verily, it had rotted. As the guardsmen struggled to climb, the Cimmerian darted across the slates, hoisted himself onto a higher level, scrambled over it, and leaped to a lower roof. With a great crack, the tiles gave way beneath his feet, and he plummeted into the room below. Dazed, Conan struggled to his feet in a welter of broken slate. He was not alone, he realized. In the shadows against the far wall, face obscured, a large man in an expensive cloak of plain blue uttered a startled oath in the accents of the gutter. Another man, short beard circling a face pocked with the marks of some disease, stared in disbelief at Conan. It was the third man, though, a gray cloak pulled over his scarlet tunic, who drew the eye. Hawk-faced and obsidian-eyed, his dark hair slashed at the temples with white, he looked born to command. And now he issued one. "Kill him," he said. Crom, Conan thought, reaching for his sword. Did everyone in Belverus want him dead? The hawk-faced man put hand to sword hilt. "Down there!" came a shout from above. No muscle moved in the room save a twitching of the pock-faced man's cheek. "That hole in the roof! A silver piece to the man who first draws blood!" Visage dark as death, the hawk-faced man raised a clawed hand as if he could strike Conan across the breadth of the room. There were thuds above as men dropped to the roof. "No time," the hawk-faced one snarled. Turning, he stalked from the room. The other two vanished behind him. Conan had no mind either to greet the guardsmen or to follow on the heels of those three. His eye lit on
another
a tattered
one.
cloth hung against the wall like a tapestry, as if it hid something. He jerked it aside to reveal a door. That led on to another room, full of dust and empty of else, but from there another door opened into a hall. As Conan closed that one softly behind him, he heard the thumps of men dropping through the hole in the roof. For a moment, wonder, after the maze of the alleys, the corridor ran straight to a street. And for its length, the Sumerian saw no one save one aging blouse who cracked the door and gave him a gap-toothed smile of invitation.
No stone, so I'll have to make a local stone facility.
When he got back to the Festus, the first person he saw was Hordo, scowling into a mug of wine. He dropped onto a stool across from him. Hordo, did you send a message telling me to meet you at the sign of the full moon? What? No. Hordo shook his head without looking up from his mug. Answer me this, Sumerian. Do you understand any part of women? I walked in, told Karen she had the prettiest eyes in Belverus, and she slapped my face and said she supposed I thought her breasts weren't big enough. He sighed mournfully. And she won't say another word to me. Mayhap I can illumine your problem, Conan said, and in a low voice he told of the message purporting to come from the one-eyed man and what had occurred at the full moon. Hordo caught the import at once. Then 'tis you thereafter, whoever they are. Did the knifemen not take you? The guardsmen were meant to. Aye, Conan said. When the guardsmen followed so doggedly, I knew their palms had been crossed with gold. But I still know not who did the crossing. Hordo drew a line through a puddle of spilled wine with a spatulate finger. Have you thought of leaving Belverus, Conan? We could ride south. Trouble brews in Ophir, too, and there's no dearth of hiring for free companies. I tell you, this business of someone you know not seeking your death sits ill with me. I knew you should have heeded that blind soothsayer. You knew, Conan shook his head. And I ride south, Hordo. I lose the company. Some would not leave the gold to be had here, and I have not the gold to pay the rest until we find service in Ophir. Besides, there are things I must attend to here first. Things? Conan, tell me you're not involving us in this hopeless children's revolt. Not exactly. Not exactly, Hordo said hollowly. Tell me what it is you are doing exactly. Earn a little gold, Conan replied. Discover who means to have me dead and deal with them. Oh, and save Ariane from the Hetman's axe. You want Karen's pretty head to fall, do you? Perhaps not, the one-eyed man said grudgingly. Looking around the room until he spotted Karen, Conan waved for her to come to the table. She hesitated, then came over stiffly. Is Ariane here? He asked her. The first part of saving her head was to let her know about Lucas so she could stop him. She went out, Karen said. She looked straight at the big Sumerian as if Hordo did not exist. She said she had to arrange a meeting for you. About that message this forenoon, Hordo said suddenly. Casually, Karen leaned over and tipped his wine mug into his lap. He leaped to his feet, cursing, as she left.
Right, let's just move around and allocate all of these sources.
Since we've both been abandoned, as it seems, let us go to the Street of Regrets. I know a den of vice so iniquitous that horrors blush to hear it mentioned. Not the sign of the full moon, I trust, Conan laughed. Never a bit, Sumerian. Hordo broke into song in a voice like a jackass in pain. Oh, I knew a wench from Alcibiades. Her nipples were like rubies. Her hair was gold, but her rump was cold, and her... A sudden, shocked silence had descended on the common room. You're not singing, Conan. Laughing, Conan got to his feet, and roaring the truly obscene second verse, they marched out to horrified gasps. 10. Are you certain? Albinus demanded. Golden lamps suspended on chains from the arched ceiling of the marble-columned hall cast shadows on the planes of his face, making him look the wolf he was fiercer cousin to. Demetrio bristled sulkily, half at the doubting tone and half for having been made to wait on Albinus in the entry hall. You wanted Safana watched, he muttered. I had her watched, and I'm certain. Would I have come in the night? Follow me.
Still haven't got what I need.
To a servant. And he no more noticed the young catamite's pale lips and clenched fists than he would have those of a servant. Demetrio followed as commanded. That was all that was important. Albinus had slipped already into his persona of king. After all, it was now but a matter of days. His last essential acquisition had been made that very day. The dark-eyed lord went directly to the chamber where he so often sported himself with Sularia, but the woman was not there now. He tugged the brocaded bell pull on the wall in a particular fashion, then went straight to his writing desk. "When?" he demanded, uncapping the silver ink pot. Taking quill and parchment before him, he scribbled furiously. "How long have I been?"
Right, let's go back again.
"I was not privy to her planning," Demetrio answered with asperity. "Is it not enough that she gathers her myrmidons about her this night?" "Fool," Albinus grated. With quick movements, the hawk-faced lord sprinkled sand across the wet inked parchment from a silver cellar, then lit the flames beneath a small bronze wax pot. A slave entered, his short white tunic embroidered at the hem with Albinus's housemark. Albinus ignored him, pouring off the sand and folding the parchment.
I don't like this story.
And his
It's depressing.
"Had all Sathanas conspirators come, Demetrios, when your watcher brought word to you?" "When the third arrived, he came to me immediately. She would not have three of them together if she did not mean to strike tonight." Cursing, Albinus handed the parchment to the slave. "Put this in the hands of Commander Vigentius within a quarter of a glass, on pain of your life. Go." The slave bowed and all but ran from the room. "If all have not yet come," Albinus said as soon as the slave had gone, "there may yet be time to stop her before she reaches the palace." He hurried to the lacquered chest, unlocking it with the key that hung about his neck. "And stop her I will." Demetrio eyed the chest and its contents uneasily.
Okay, so...
"How? Kill her? You have not the stuff of kings in you," Albinus laughed. "There is a subtle art in shaping punishment to fit the crime and the criminal. Now stand aside and be silent." The slender young noble needed no second warning. He buried his nose in his pomander. Was it not said that all sorceries had great stenches associated with them, and wished most fervently that he were elsewhere at that moment? Carelessly sweeping a priceless bowl of Girgis crystal from a table to shatter on the floor, Albinus laid in its place a round silver tray graven with an intricate pattern that pained the eye which tried to follow it. With hurried movements, he pushed back the flowing sleeves of his deep blue tunic, opened a vial, and traced a portion of that pattern in scarlet liquid, muttering incantations beneath his breath as he did. The liquid followed the precise lines worked in the silver. A closed, ruby-tinted serving maids had been easily bribed to provide the gleanings of her brush, was emptied into a mortar wrought from the skull of a virgin. Certain other ingredients were minutely measured on burnished golden scales and added to the skull. The mixture then ground by a pestle made of an infant's thigh bone. With this concoction, he traced other lines of that scribing on the tray. Powder and liquid each formed a closed figure, yet though no part of one touched the other, some portions of each shape seemed to be within the other. But those portions were not always the same, and the eye that looked on them too long spun with nausea and dizziness. For a bare moment, Albinus paused, anticipating, savoring. There had been the matter of the droughts, but this was the first time that he had struck so at a human being. The power of it seemed to course through his veins, building like the pleasure of taking a woman. Every instant of prolonging made the pleasure greater. But he knew there was no time. Spreading his
Slowly but surely we'll get it all done.
His voice invoking, commanding. Powder and liquid began to glow, and his words became more insistent. Demetrio moved back as the arcane syllables pierced his brain, not stopping until he stood against the wall. He understood no single one of them, yet all had meaning in the depths of his soul. And the evil that he cherished there knew itself for a lighted spill beside a dark burning mountain. He would have screamed, but terror had him by the throat. His screams echoed in the sunless caverns of his mind. Albinus's voice grew no louder, yet his words seemed to shake the walls. His face stirred as if at unseen, unfelt wind. The glow from the silver tray grew, brighter, ever brighter, till it sliced through closed eyelids like razors of fire. Then powder and liquid alike were no more, replaced by burning mist that still held the shape of that pattern, and seemed more solid than those first substances had been. A clap sounded in the room as thunder, and the mist was gone, the graven silver surface clear. The glow lingered a moment longer behind the eyes, then it too faded. Albinus sighed heavily and lowered his arms. Done, he muttered. 'Tis done. His gaze rose to meet that
And
of
processes.
the slender young
Where do
man
those
shivered.
come from?
My lord Albinus, Demetrio said, long unattempted humility cloying in his throat, yet driven by his fear. I would say again that I serve you to the best of my abilities, and that I wish no more than to see you take your rightful place on the dragon throne. You are a good servant, Albinus said, his mouth curling with cruel amusement. The young noble's face flushed with anger, but he stammered, I am. Albinus's voice was as smooth and as cutting as the
That's
surgeon's
all
knife.
the electronics made?
Then be silent until I
Really?
need for you to serve me again. Demetrio's face went pale. Albinus noted it, but said nothing. The youth was beginning to learn his proper place in the scheme of things. He had his uses in gathering...
Well, somebody's worked out their ratios. I mean, it seems a bit paltry to me, but there you have it.
Carefully, the cruel-eyed lord relocked the lacquered chest. Come, he said, turning from the chest. We have little time to meet the others. He saw the question, what others, trembling on Demetrio's lips. When it did not come, he allowed himself a smile. Such was the proper attitude toward a king, to accept what was given.
Then antimatter, and then these will be turned into antimatter fuel rods.
Why should borders decided by others deter him? In short order, they had donned heavy cloaks against the night and left the palace. 4 slaves carried torches, 2 before and 2 behind. 10 armed and armored guards, mail and leather creaking, surrounded Albinus as he made his way through the dark
Let's
streets.
follow these along.
That they surrounded Demetrio as well was incidental. They saw no one, although scurrying feet could often be heard as footpads, and others who lurked in the night hurried to be out of the way, and from time to time some glimmer of sound
Yeah,
from the
it's
street of regrets came to the wind.
Conan and the Cost of Living Crisis, also known as Conan the Defender. So I'll just put the link in the chat here.
Shifted. Elsewhere, those who could not afford to hire bodyguards slept with ease.
Right, let's have a look at
praying
this.
that theirs would not be among the houses ravaged that night. Then,
They're not making anything because of... I can fix that.
marble columns rose behind the alabaster wall,
I can fix that easy peasy.
Torches appeared down the street. Albinus stopped some distance from the palace gate, waiting in silence for a proper greeting. Is that you, Albinus? Came Vegentius's growl. A foul night, and a foul thing to have to slit the throat of one of my own captains. Albinus's mouth twisted. This one would not live, not that he were 100 times as useful. He waited to speak until Vegentius and his followers, a score of golden leopards, their cloaks thrown back to give sword arms free play, half bearing torches, were close enough to be seen clearly. At least you managed to dispose of Betis. Have you found the barbarian? Taurus has sent no word, the big soldier said. 'Tis likely, pursued as he was, that he's no more than a common thief or murderer. Not to concern us.
So I'm going to name this one
Scornful glance.
Unipolar
Stops a meeting like that
Magnet,
concerns
just
me.
so I know
Why the
where I'm
guard
spawning them
pursues?
from.
Long time has passed ere they were known for such enthusiasm. This matter differs from that of Melius. I have no pretext to ask questions of the guard. Make one, Albinus commanded. And now force me this gate. Vegentius spoke quietly to his men. 6 of them moved quickly to the wall, dividing into 2 groups. In each trio, 2 men linked hands to lift the third, who laid his cloak across the jagged shards of pottery.
So let's follow the procession of drones
From thence a startled cry was heard,
and look at the manufacture of these particle containers.
South bars being lifted, the gates swung open. Albinus marched in, sparing not a glance for the guard who lay in the light spilling from the small gatehouse, surrounded by a spreading pool of blood. Vigentius told off 2 more men to remain at the gate. The rest followed the hawk-faced lord through the
Some are
landscape
getting it.
gardens to the palace itself, with its pale columns and intricately worked cornices, and up broad marble stairs to a spacious portico. Some ran to throw back the tall bronze-hung doors with a crash. In the columned entry hall, half a dozen men started and stared as soldiers rushed in to surround them with bared blades. "Dispose of them," Albinus ordered without slowing. He went straight to the alabaster stairs, Demetrio trailing after. Behind him, men began shouting for mercy as they were herded away. "No!" the skinny, big-nosed man screamed.
The skinny, big-nosed man.
Vigentius's boot propelled him beyond hearing. Albinus made his way to Sophana's bedchamber, along halls he once had traversed for more carnal purposes. But not, he thought as he opened the door, for more pleasurable ones. Demetrio followed him diffidently into the room, peering carefully for the destruction the magic...
I'm going to briefly inject some particle containers into this band.
Sophana lay on her bed, though to be sure she did not move or
Just
acknowledge
to
their presence. She was naked,
jumpstart things a bit more.
clutched in her hand, as if she had been on the point of donning it when she decided instead to lie down. Albinus chuckled, a dry sound like the rattle of a poisonous serpent. The slender youth crept forward. Her eyes were open. They seemed to have life, to see. He touched her arm and gasped.
No, you lack deuterium. Well, that's an interesting thing to lack.
Suddenly, a living statue. She will not have to worry about losing her beauty with age now. Demetrio shivered. Would it not have been simpler to
I have a fractionator.
His lord gave him a glance that was all the more frightening for its seeming benevolence. A king must think of object lessons. Who thinks of betraying me will think next on Sophana's fate and wonder at his own. Death is much more easily faced. Would you betray me now, Demetrio? Mouth suddenly too dry.
Yeah, we got enough particle filters now.
Vigentius entered the room, laughing. You should have heard their crying and begging, as if tears and pleas would stay our steel. They are disposed of then, Albinus said. All who were under this roof, servants and slaves as well. The big square-faced man drew a broad finger across his throat with a crude laugh. In the cesspool, there was one. Lucas, he said his name was, as if it mattered, who wept like a woman and said it was not he, but one named Conan who was to do the deed. Anything to... What ails you, Albinus? The hawk-faced lord had gone pale. His eyes locked with those of Demetrio. Conan. 'Twas the name of he from whom you bought the sword. Demetrio nodded, but Albinus, though looking at him, saw other things. He whispered, uttering his thoughts unaware. Coincidence. Such is the work of the gods. And when they tangle the skeins of men's fates, so it is for cause. Such cause could be murderous of ambition. I dare not risk it. It cannot be the same man, Vigentius protested. Two with such a barbarous name, Albinus retorted. I think not. Find him.
Oh. So I need hydrogen from elsewhere.
Turning them to stone with its malignancy.
That's fine.
I want this Conan's head. 11. Conan poured another dipperful of water over his head and peered blearily about the courtyard behind the Festus. The first thing his eye lit on was Ariane, arms crossed, and a disapproving glint in her eye. must go off to strange taverns, she said firmly, drinking and carousing through the small hours. You must expect your head to hurt. My head does not hurt, Conan replied, taking up a piece of rough toweling to scrub his face and hair dry. His face hidden, he winced into the toweling. He hoped fervently that she would not shout. If she did, his skull would surely explode. I looked for you last night, she went on. Your meeting with Taurus is arranged, though he wished no part of it at first. You have little time now. I'll give you directions. You are not coming? She shook her head. He was very angry at our having approached you. He says we know nothing of fighting men, of how to choose good from bad. After I told him about you, though, he changed his mind. At least he will meet you and decide for himself. But the rest
2
of
and
us are not
7.
to come. That is to let us know he's angry. Mayhap. Conan tossed aside the toweling and hesitated, choosing his words. I must speak to you, listen. About Lucas. He is putting you in danger. Lucas, she said incredulously. What danger could he put me in? On yesterday, he came to me with some goat-brained talk of killing Garion, of assassination. And he tries that. It's preposterous, she broke in. Lucas is the last of us ever to speak for any action, especially violent action. He cares for naught save his philosophy and women. Women, the big Sumerian laughed. That skinny worm? Yes, indeed, my muscular friend, she replied archly. Why, he's accounted quite the lover by those women he's known. You among them? He growled, his massive fists knotting. For a moment she stared, then her eyes flared with anger. You do not own me, Sumerian. You have no leave to question me of what I did or did not do with Lucas or anyone else. What's this of Lucas? Gratus said, ambling into the courtyard. Have you seen him, or heard where he is? No, Ariane snapped, her face coloring. And what call have you to skulk about like some spy? Gratus seemed to hear nothing beyond her denial. He's not been seen since last night, nor Stefano either. When I heard his name mentioned, he laughed weakly. Perhaps we could stand to lose a philosopher or 3, but if they're taking sculptors this time as well... He laughed again, but his face was a sickly green. Ariane was suddenly soothing. They will return. She laid a concerned hand on the stocky man's shoulder. Like as not,
Takes
they
its
wasted
time,
the
doesn't
night
it?
of drink. Conan here did the same. Why should they not return? Conan asked. Ariane shot him a dagger look, but Gratus answered shakily. Some months past, some of our friends disappeared. Painters and sketchers they were. But 2 were never seen again, their bodies found in a refuse heap beyond the city walls, where golden leopards had been seen to bury them. We think Garion wishes to frighten us into silence. It sounds not like the way of a king, Conan said, frowning. They frighten with public executions and the like. Gratus suddenly looked ready to vomit. Ariane scowled at Conan. Should you not be making ready to meet Taurus? Without waiting for an answer, she turned to Gratus, uttering soothing sounds and stroking his brow. Disgruntled, Conan tugged on his padded undertunic and jazzering hauberk, muttering to himself on the peculiarities of Ariane. As he buckled his sword belt about him, she spoke again. Do you need to go so, as if armed for war? Her tone was fighting, her annoyance at him still high. You'll not have to fight him. I have my reasons, Conan muttered.
Is that...
Not for a sack of wood.
That's deuterium.
Would he have told her that someone in the city was trying to kill him? In her present mood, she would think he was trying to shift her sympathy from Gratus to himself. Ehrlich, take all women, he thought. Setting his spiked helm on his head, he said coldly, Give me your directions for finding this Taurus. Her face as she gave them was just as cold. The street of the Smiths, whence Ariane's directions took him, was lined not only with the shops of swordsmiths and ironworkers, but also with smiths in gold, silver, copper, brass, tin, and bronze. A cacophony of hammering blended with the cries of sellers to make the street a solid sheet of noise, reverberating from end to end. The guilds made sure that a man who worked one metal did not work another, but guards that patrolled the street.
No, I've
No
done all of that.
patrols lurked on the street of the Smiths.
Oh yeah, so we're requesting more hydrogen.
Nowhere else in the city. As he came closer to the place of the meeting, rooms reached by entering a narrow hall next to a coppersmith's shop and climbing the stairs at its end, the lessee wished to enter it unprepared. He had no reason to foresee trouble, but too many times of late someone had tried to put a blade into him. Short of the coppersmiths, he began to dawdle, pausing here to haft a gleaming sword, there to finger a silver bowl hammered in an intricate pattern of leaves. But all the while, he observed the building that housed the coppersmith with an eye honed by years as a thief. A pair of guild guards had stopped to watch him, where he stood before a silversmith's open-fronted shop. He raised the bowl he held to his ear and thumped it. "Too much tin," he said, shaking his head and tossing the bowl back on the merchant's table. He strolled off, pursued by the silversmith's frenzied imprecations, but the guards paid him no more mind. Just beyond the coppersmith's was an alley, smelling as much of mold and old urine as any other in the city. Into this he slipped, hurrying down its narrow length. As he had hoped, damp air and mold had flaked away most of the mud plastered over the stones of the building. A quick glance showed that no one was looking down the alley from the street.
Again.
His fingers sought cracks amid the poorly dressed and poorly mortared stone.
So, rockets and solar cells.
Especially in heavy hauberk and boots. But to one of the Sumerian mountains, the wide chinks in the stone were as good as a highway. He scrambled up the side of the building so quickly that someone who had seen him standing on the ground and looked away for a moment might well have thought he had simply disappeared. As he heaved himself onto the red clay tiles of the roof, a smile lit his face. Set in the roof was a skylight, a frame stretched with panes of fish skin. It was, he was certain, situated above the room he sought. Carefully, so as not to dislodge loose tiles and perhaps send himself hurtling to the street below, he made his way to the skylight. The panes were clear enough to allow sunlight through, but not for seeing. It was the work of a moment with his belt dagger to make a slit, to which he put his eye. The room below was narrow and ill-lit, even with the skylight and two brass lamps
So
on it.
now those are there.
In it, 4 men stood.
There should be a big pull from the other sphere planet.
He was supposed to walk. The big Sumerian shook his head, in anger and wonder at the same time. It was one thing to be wary of trouble where none was expected, another to find it waiting there. "Is he coming or not?" One of the men without a crossbow asked irritably. He had a deep scar across the top of his head, where someone had caught him a blow that should have killed him. "He'll come," the other man with no crossbow replied. "The girl said she'd send him right to this room." The man froze. Ariane. Could she have sent him here to die? "What will you tell her?" the horribly scarred man asked. "She has influence enough to cause trouble, Taurus." "That I hired him," Taurus said, "and sent him out of the city to join the others she thinks I've hired. That should keep her quiet." Lying on the roof, the big Sumerian heaved a sigh of relief. Whatever Ariane had done, she had done unknowingly. Then the rest of what Taurus had said penetrated. The others she thought he had hired.
Ooh.
As he had feared,
Got pain in my gut.
the young rebels were being duped.
Don't think it's hunger.
Conan had a great many questions for Taurus. His broadsword slipped from its sheath, steel rasping on leather. "Be you sure," Taurus told the crossbowman, "to fire the instant he steps into the room. These barbers die hard." "Even now he is a dead man," one of the pair replied. The other laughed and patted his crossbow. A wolfish grin came to Conan's face. It was time to see who would die in that room. In silent death, he rose and leaped. "Crom!" he roared as his feet tore through the skylight. The man below had only time to start. Then Conan's boots struck one of the crossbowmen squarely atop his head, bearing him to the floor with a crunch of snapping vertebrae. The second crossbowman desperately swung his weapon, trying to bring it to bear. Conan kept his balance with cat-like skill and pivoted, dagger darting over the swinging crossbow to transfix the bowman's throat. With a gurgling scream, he who had named the Cimmerian a dead man himself died, squeezing the trigger lever as he did. Abruptly, the scar-topped man, sword half drawn, coughed once and toppled, the crossbow quarrel projecting from his left eye. Using the dagger as a handle, Conan hurled the sagging body of the bowman at Taurus, and as he did, he recognized that pock-marked face. Taurus had been at that other meeting he had interrupted by coming through the roof. The pocked man staggered, clawing for his sword, as the corpse struck him. "You," he gasped, getting his first clear look at the Cimmerian's face. Snarling, Conan struck, his blade clanging against the hilt of the other's partially drawn sword. Taurus shrieked, severed fingers dropping to the floor. And yet he was no man to go down easily. Even while blood flowed from his mutilated right hand, his left snatched his dagger from its sheath. With a cry of rage, he lunged. It would have been easy.
How do I research Niggin? Because it's not available on my list of items there.
Sidestepping Taurus's lunge, he clubbed his fisted foot against the back of the pock-faced man's
No,
neck.
and I can't request it either.
And yelling, Taurus fell over the scarred man's body and crashed to the floor. He twitched once, emitting a long sigh, and did not rise. Cursing, Conan heaved the man onto his back. Taurus's limp fingers slid away from his dagger, now embedded in his own chest. His sightless eyes stared at the Cimmerian. "Early take you," Conan muttered. "I wanted you alive." Wiping his blade on his tunic, he returned the sword to its scabbard, thinking furiously all the while. The man was condemned out of his own mouth of duping the young rebels. Yet he had had that meeting with two who, by their clothing and bearing, were men of wealth and position. He had to assume that that meeting had a related purpose, and that someone did indeed intend to move against Geryon, using Ariane and the rest as tools. And tools had a way of being broken and discarded once their use was done. As Conan tugged his dagger from the crossbowman's throat, the door suddenly swung open. He crouched, dagger at the ready, and found himself staring across the corpse at Ariane and Gracchus. The stocky sculptor seemed to turn to stone as his bulging eyes swept the carnage. Ariane met Conan's gaze with a
Let's
look
make
of
sure
open
those are
sadness.
available for the network.
"I did not think Taurus had the right to exclude us from this meeting," she said slowly. "I thought we should be here
Just like that.
to speak up for you, to..." Her words trailed off in a weary sigh. "They intended my death, Ariane," Conan said. She glanced from the shattered skylight frame on the floor to the opening in the roof. Which of them leapt from above Conan?
Oh yeah, I'll
It seems
take away
clear
the
that
remote
one
demand on
entered
that.
way. To kill. I wondered so when you armored yourself and would not tell me why.
And let's look at
Wondered
the
and prayed I was wrong.
this is the rocket launch site, right?
I'll have to take everything wrongly, he thought angrily.
Cruise mode.
I listened at the skylight, Ariane, and entered that way after I heard them speak of slaying me. Think you they had cocked crossbows to slay rats? She looked at him, levelly, but with eyes lacking hope or light.
Oh, no power.
He drew a deep breath.
Yeah, that makes a
Hear
difference.
me, Ariane. This man Taurus has hired no armed men to aid your rebellion. I heard him say this. You killed them, Gracchus suddenly shouted. The stocky man's face was flushed and he panted from great exertion. It is
Don't
as
understand.
Stephen feared. Did you kill him also, and Lucas? Mean you to slay us all? You will not. You cannot. There are hundreds of us. We will slay you first. Suddenly he glanced down the hall toward the stairs, and with a shrill cry dashed in the other direction. Ariane did not move. Ordo appeared in the doorway, gazing briefly after the fleeing sculptor. His lone eye took in the bodies. I returned to the Festus in time to hear the girl and the others speak of following you. It looks well that I decided to follow them in turn. Ariane stirred. Will you murder me now too, Conan? The Cimmerian rounded on her angrily. Do you know me well enough by now to know I would not harm you? I thought I did,
Ah, there we go.
she said hollowly.
They should turn on the rest now.
From one corpse to the next, and she laughed hysterically. I know nothing of you.
Why aren't you...
Nothing.
Because I'm making antimatter.
She shied away from his big
I'm making
hand.
antimatter fuel rods.
I cannot fight you, she whispered, but can you touch me? My dagger can yet seek my own heart. He jerked back his hand as if it had been burnt. At last, he said coldly, "Do not remain here or long. Corpses attract scavengers, and those with 2 legs will see you as more booty." She did not look at him or make answer. "Come, Ordo," he growled.
Don't understand.
The man followed him from the room. In the street,
I mean,
Conan's dark face
you're
raised
requesting
his
it,
blue
I'm
eyes
producing
to the
it.
glare of his sweeping strides.
What's up with that?
Ordo agreed to keep up, asking once they were clear of the clangor of the street of the Smiths, "What occurred in that room, Sumerian, to turn the girl so against you?" Conan's look at Ordo was deadly. But in swift, terse sentences he told of how he had gone there, of what he had heard and what deduced. "I am too old for this," Ordo groaned. "Not only must we watch for Greece and the others to put knives in our backs, but not knowing who among the nobles and merchants is embraced in this, with whom can we take service? Where do we go now, Samaria?" "To the only place left for us," Conan replied grimly. "The king."
You're not producing because of antimatter.
12.
Right.
On the wide marble steps of the Temple of Mitra, a startled man dropped a cage of doves as the Free Company made its way down
And
the
you're
narrow
not producing
winding
because of critical
So
photons.
surprised was he to see mounted and armed men in the temple district that he watched them open-mouthed, not even noticing that his cage had broken and his intended sacrifices were beating aloft on white wings. Ordo's saddle creaked as he leaned forward and whispered fiercely to
Well,
Conan,
it needs a bit more,
"It will be lucky
but
we are not
95% sufficiency. You know, it's producing 23 gigawatts, and most of that I'm using.
The royal palace, unannounced with 2 armed men, was far from the proper way to appeal for entry into the king's service. He knew too that there was
I'm going to make another
more usual
bunch of
methods,
those.
such as bribery
But
and
first, I need some
enlistment in the Median
assistance
army.
because it's painful trying to do it by hand.
In truth, it was not the golden leopards who troubled him so much as the young rebels. Desperate, believing he had betrayed them or was on the way to do so, they might try almost anything. And these winding streets that climbed the hill to the royal palace were a prime place for ambush. Those streets were a remnant of ancient times. For once, in the dim past, what would become the royal palace had been a hilltop fortress, about which a village had risen, a village which over the centuries had grown into Belverus. But long after the hilltop fortress had become the royal palace of Nemedia, long after the rude village huts had been replaced by columned temples of alabaster and marble and polished granite, the serpentine streets remained. The palace itself retained much of the fortress about it, although its battlements were now of lustrous white marble and towers of porphyry and greenstone rose within. The portcullises were of iron beneath their gilt, and drawbridges spanned a dry moat bottomed with spikes. Round about it all a sward of grass.
Those graviton
was
lenses
cropped
do
as if
make
in
a big
landscaped
difference.
garden, yet holding not the smallest growth that might shelter a stealthy approach, separated the palace from the temple district that
If I
encircled
look
the
now,
hill below. At
83%
the edge of the
sufficiency.
greensward, Conan halted the company. "Wait here," he commanded. "Gladly," Ordo muttered. Alone, Conan rode forward, his big black stallion prancing slightly. 2 pikemen in golden cloaks guarded the drawbridge, and a man in the crested helmet of an officer stepped out from the barbican as the big Sumerian drew rein. "What seek you here?" the officer demanded. He eyed the rest of the Free Company thoughtfully, but they were distant and few in number. "I wish to enter my company in the service of King Geryon," Conan replied. "I have trained them in a method of fighting new to Nemedia and to the Western world." The officer smiled in mockery. "Never yet have I heard of a Free Company without some supposedly secret art of war. What is yours?" "I will demonstrate," Conan said. "It is better in the showing." Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. His one real fear beyond reaching the palace had been that they would not so much as listen. "Very well," the officer said slowly, eyeing the rest of the company once more. "You alone may enter and demonstrate. But be you warned, and this secret is something every recruit in the Nemedian army is taught. As our most free company tricks, you will be stripped and flogged from the gates to the foot of the hill for the edification of your company." Touched boots to the big stallion's flanks. The horse pranced forward a step.
We'll do
The
another.
pikemen leveled their weapons, and the officer
Another one?
wary. The Sumerian allowed a cold smile to touch his mouth, but not his eyes. "'Tis nothing known to any Nemedian, though it may be taught to recruits." The officer's mouth tightened at his tone. "I think others might like to see this, Barber." He stuck his head back into the gatehouse and muttered an order. A golden-cloaked soldier emerged, gave Conan an appraising glance, and sped into the palace. As Conan rode through the gate following the officer, other soldiers appeared from the barbican, some following behind. The Sumerian wondered if they came to watch or to guard that he did not take the palace single-handed. The outer court was paved in flagstone, 400 paces in each direction, and surrounded by arcaded walks to the height of 4 stories. Beyond those walks, directly opposite the gate, could be seen the towers that rose in the gardens of the inner court, and the palace proper, wherein King Geryon and his court lived. The soldiers who had followed dropped back deferentially as a score of officers, led by one as large as Conan himself, appeared. The officer who had brought Conan in bowed as this big man came near. "All honor to you, Commander Vegentius," he said. "I hope this barber might provide some entertainment." "Yes, Tega," Vegentius said absently, his eye on Conan.
And then some
A
splitters.
strangely wary eye, the Sumerian thought. Abruptly, the big officer said, "You, Barber. Know I you, or you me?" His hand tightened on his sword as he spoke. Conan shook his head. "I know you not, Commander." Though, as he thought on it, this Vegentius did look familiar, but vaguely, as one seen but briefly. No matter, he thought. The memory would come, and it were important. Vegentius seemed to relax as the Sumerian spoke. Smiling vigorously, he said, "Let us have this demonstration. Tega, get the barber what he needs for it." "I need a straw butt," Conan told the officer, "or some other mark." Laughter rose among the officers as Tega chose out 2 soldiers to fetch a butt. "Archery," one of them laughed loudly. "I saw that bow at his saddle, but thought it for a child." "Mayhap he shoots it with one hand," another replied. Conan kept his silence as the comments grew more ribald, though his jaw tightened. Removing the short weapon from its lacquered saddle case, he carefully checked the tension of the string.
If I look here.
"A harp!" someone shouted. "He plays it like a harp!" Conan fingered through the 40 arrows in the quiver strapped behind the cantle of his saddle, making sure once again that each fletching was sound. "He must miss often to carry so many shafts. Nay, he uses the feathers to tickle women. Take her ankle, you see, and turn her—" The laughing comments droned on, some measure of silence falling only when the soldiers returned with a straw butt. "Set it there," Conan commanded, pointing to a spot some 50 paces away. The soldiers ran to comply, as eager as their superiors to see the barbarian's discomfiture. "Not a great distance, Barber. But it's a child's bow." Breathing deeply to calm himself, Conan rode away from the bunched officers, stopping when he was a full 200 paces from the butt. Knocking a shaft, he paused. This demonstration must proceed perfectly, and for that his concentration must be on the target, not clouded by anger at the chattering baboons who called themselves officers. "Why wait you, Barber?" Vegentius shouted. "Dismount!" And with a wild cry, Conan swung the bow up and fired. Even as the shaft thudded home in the butt, he was putting boot to the stallion's flanks, galloping forward at full speed, sparks striking from the flagstones beneath the big black strumming hooves, firing as quickly as he could knock arrow to bowstring. shouting the ululating war cry that oft had wrung fear from the warriors of Gunderland and Hyperborea and the Bosonian marches. Arrow after arrow sped straight to the butt. At 100 paces distant, he pressed with his knee, and the massive stallion broke
There we go. Let's
faultlessly
just
to the right.
speed this
Conan
along
fired
for a
again
bit.
and again, mind and eye one with bow, with shaft, with target. Again his knees pressed, and the war-trained stallion pivoted, rearing and reversing his direction within his own length. Still Conan fired, thundering back the way he had come. When at last he put hand to rein, there were 4 arrows left in the quiver behind his saddle, and he knew, did anyone count the feathered shafts that peppered the butt, they would number 36. He cantered back to the now silent officers.
Yeah,
"What
you've had
sorcery
enough."
is this?" Vegentius demanded. "Have your arrows been magicked? Did they strike home while you careen like a madman?" "No sorcery," Conan replied, laughing. For it was indeed his turn to laugh at the stunned expressions worn by the officers. "'Tis accounted a skill, though not a vast one, if a man can hit a running deer with a bow. This is but a step beyond. I myself had no knowledge at all of the bow when I was taught." "Taught!" Tekka exclaimed, not noticing the glare Vegentius gave him. "Who? Where?" "Far to the east," Conan said. "There the bow is the principal weapon of light cavalry. In Turan, whatever they do in these strange lands," Vegentius broke in harshly, "'tis of no matter here. We have no need of outlandish ways. A phalanx of good Nemedian infantry will clear any field without this frippery of bowmen on horses." Conan considered telling him what a few thousand mounted Turanian archers would do to that phalanx. But before he could speak, another group approached, and the officers were all bowing low. Leading this procession was a
Now we're
tall,
getting,
square-faced man, the crown on his
some
head,
graviton
a
lens
golden
over
dragon
here.
with ruby eyes and a great pearl
And these should
clutched
start
in his claws,
activating
proclaiming him
soon.
to
At
be
least I
King
hope they
Gary.
do.
Yet Conan had no eyes for the king, nor the counselors who surrounded him, nor the courtiers who trailed him, for there was among them a woman to seize the eye. A long-legged, full-breasted blonde, she was no gently born lady, not wearing transparent red silk held by pearl clasps at her shoulders and snugged about her slender waist by entwined ropes of pearls set in gold.
Okay. I think what I'll do, when I next go here, is going to go here, for example, and but it's tide locked. Well, that's perfect. If it's tide locked, then what I'll do is make sure on this surface to build ray receivers. We'll have more critical
"I saw
photons.
your exhibition from the gallery," Garion said warmly, "and I have never seen the like."
So that's what we'll do for then.
Eyes were friendly, which meant he had not noticed Conan's gaze, though not so open as the eyes of one who did not sit on a throne. "How are you called?" "I am Conan," the Cimmerian replied, "Conan of Cimmeria." He did not see the blood drain from Vegentius's face. "Do you come merely to entertain, Conan?" "I come to enter your service," Conan said, "with my lieutenant and 20 men trained to use the bow as I do." "Most excellent," Garion said, clapping a hand against the stallion's shoulder. "Always have I had an interest in innovations of warfare. Why, from my childhood,
save
I was
the
much
game
learned
there.
in the army camps. Now, a trace
And
of
that
evidence
save
from
file
this
size is
I have
500
time to
megabytes.
practice with my sword.
Nice.
My
Okie
king,
doke. Right.
Vegentius said deferentially. "This thing is
That's
no
it.
better than trickery, an entertainment
Thanks for
without no
watching.
use in war."
I'm gonna go
As he
and
spoke, his eyes drifted to
I need some. I've got chores